So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna get some breakfast, a light breakfast, because I ate a big steak yesterday. We're gonna have a light breakfast. Just did some cardio, did a nice highway fit workout, wired some money to some lobbyists, checked up on some work, forwarded Paul Daniels an email so that he could do my homework for me, and then we're gonna get back on the road. Good morning to all of you. How are you? Hope you're having a lovely day, as always. How's it going, Paul Daniels? Oh, God. That's the third time I've opened my suitcase with all of my stuff. I, I, I went to pick up my suitcase without zipping it. God damn. Do any of you ever pick up your suitcase without zipping it? It's very annoying. All right. How is the call? Not bad, not bad. By the way, check out the hotel. Check it out. Look at the window. Yeah, baby. Memphis, Tennessee. How was Memphis? I'm gonna get breakfast and then check this out. Look at it. Is that not pretty or what? See? So I'm guessing the bullet went right through here and then it sent a crack up the window around there. That's that bullet hole discount. We're staying in the room with a bullet hole. Can't be too picky, man. Can't be too picky. Okay. Okay, you guys get to be in my pocket while I carry my luggage downstairs. You have a good day. Good morning. How are you? Check it out. You too, man. Memphis. Gotta love Memphis. It's a beautiful place, you know. That car was fucked. Okay, I'm gonna get something to eat real quick, some breakfast. I got up at 7:30. It is. Actually, I got up at 7 a.m. because that meeting was around 7 something. When you consider the time difference, it was at 7:15. I did my highway fit workout at 8:30. Got some work done. Like 9:15 to 9:30. Now it's off to the races. How's everybody doing today? How's everybody? I am not going to Sheets. The meeting was better than I thought. It was better than I thought. I think things will be different this time. Famous last words, you know? Famous last words. This time will be different. Okay. And off we go. So, let's do it. Are we ready? I don't have a usual breakfast. At home, it's usually eggs. Like 2 eggs and avocado. On vacation, who the fuck knows? Oh my god, this is the most rundown shithole I've ever seen. Holy fuck, I have to show you guys this. What is this shit? What is this? This looks like where murders happen. There's nothing here. Oh my god, I have to show you the strip mall across the street. Okay, before I go. What is that? What the fuck is this? What is this? Everything is crossed out. Everything is crossed out. Like what? Oh my god. Let's get out of here before I fucking get shot. Oh, this is something else. Yo. I gotta listen, I give New York City a lot of shit, but New York City is better than this. For all the shit I give New York City, it's not even close to this bullshit. Then again, I guess it depends on what side of town you're on. It probably really depends on which side of town you're on. Look at the litter, too. How do you have litter on a highway? What is this? What the fuck is this? Look at all the broken glass on a goddamn highway. How is a highway exit filled with litter? Like, you're not even supposed to walk over here. How is this even happening? Oh, son of a bitch. I got fooled into taking an exit. I was focusing so much on the pollution, I took an exit. Okay. It was somebody who wasn't letting me merge either, but I could have cut him off and merged anyway, but I didn't because I was focusing on the fucking pollution. I'm sorry, I'm stunned. What the fuck is, like... What is this? What is this? What are there a bunch of broken trees in the highway? Who put that there? Do you see that? What is all that shit? That guy has his hazards on. He probably is the one that hit the tree. Yo, this is... Yo. There was no windstorm. It sounds like you're in a train. I don't know what to tell you, man. I'm in a car. Okay, exit 6. Let's do this. I wonder if this exit has as much pollution as the other one. Let's see. Does this exit have as much pollution as the other one? Wait, unnamed road. Okay, let's go on this unnamed road. Fred, this is worse, bro. Also, though, that's where garbage pickup is. You're talking about when people put Firstly, Fred, you're fucking retarded. But secondly, if you have garbage in that city and there's no place to put it, that's garbage that's being put out to be collected. Garbage that's put out to be collected is different from garbage that you throw on the side of the highway for no fucking reason. But third, Fred, you're retarded. Just in case I didn't get that across already. So in New York, at the end of the day, at 8 o'clock, you put the garbage on the curb, and then the garbage collection company comes and picks it up. There is a clear-cut difference between that and taking garbage and throwing it on the side of the highway. Okay, what is this shit over here? What am I even looking at? That was my welcome. That was an interesting welcome. That was fun. That cop is blocking the right lane. They do not like New Yorkers in Tennessee. True. You're not wrong there. Oh, shit. Somebody's car fell off into a ditch. But also, I don't have New York plates here. I have New Hampshire plates. And the thing is, people don't know what a New Hampshire is. Have you ever tried telling somebody, like, you're from New Hampshire? Like, 99% of the time, the universal response you'll get almost anywhere in the United States is, where's that? Where's that? Yeah, that dude's in a ditch. Oh, man, that guy fucked his car up good. I hope he's okay. I hope he's okay. That looks like a horrible wreck. Oh, man, I'm so sorry. But one of the benefits with New Hampshire is it's very, you don't really know, most people don't know what a New Hampshire is. Like, they've heard of it, they remember it from elementary school, they know that it's in the US, they just don't know where it is. So there's that ambiguity to it that allows you to get away with things that you otherwise wouldn't get away with. The ambiguity of New Hampshire, like, is that in the north, is that in the south, is it red, is it blue? I don't really know, so they can't stereotype you. And that inability to stereotype you comes in really handy. Shout out to the van in the left lane doing 58 and a 65. Okay, there he goes. He's picked up the pace. Okay, this is bad. He's over the yellow line. He's really over the yellow line. That's bad. American Homes for Rent is what it says on the van. Some Eugene constructed home, probably. And because he's going below the speed limit in the passing lane, people are passing me in the right lane who are going the speed limit. So I should leave this lane because this is not an actual passing lane. This is an American Homes for Rent's drunk driving van. Okay. I'm going to get myself breakfast and then get the fuck out of this side of Tennessee. I like Knoxville. Nashville's alright. I really like Knoxville. Knoxville's kind of cool. Memphis, I'm not feeling. There's nothing about Memphis that excites me here. This just strikes me as dysfunctional. Massively dysfunctional. This truck is also going below the speed limit. Why is everything going below the speed limit? It seems like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna go in the right lane so that I can pass people. That's what we're gonna do. Seems like it's not the left lane or the middle lane that goes fast. Man, this makes no sense. Where's Jackson? Jackson, Mississippi. Half a mile. Jackson, Mississippi, these 3 lanes. Is anybody there? Nope. Wait, Mississippi's not this way. Mississippi's the other way. Jackson missed. That can't be Mississippi that they're talking about. Mississippi is to the right and down. I'm going to the left and down. That's not Mississippi. Why do I keep thinking that Jackson miss means Mississippi? That can't possibly be it. I'm trolling myself. Missouri. Okay, maybe that's what it is. I forget where Missouri is. What's above Tennessee? I fail geography very badly. I'm not good at that type of memorization. Memphis is not on the border with Mississippi. No way. No, Mississippi is down and to the right. Kentucky is up. I gotta look at a map. I failed all my geography tests and social studies. I went to public school in New York City. You can't be mad at me for that. It's not my fault. Why is the speed limit 55 miles per hour on a highway? Memphis does not trust their citizenry. It's not that the restricted speed sessions are the reason that it is safe. It's that they have smart citizenry so they can trust them with higher speed limits. And in turn, because they're smarter, they can drive at a higher speed limit. So it's not that the high speed limit is what makes it safe, it's the people that make it safe, which makes it easier to have a high speed limit. The guy in the pickup is totally fine. The car in front of him is going slow, as is the car in front of the car in front of the car in front of him. Okay, I think I've had enough of this bullshit. Oh, yeah. Time to get something to eat without getting shot. Wait, where am I going here? Okay, so I'm going to get myself a breakfast. Probably a light breakfast. I'm going to charge a little bit while I get myself a very light breakfast. And then I am going to move on with my day. I got to find something to eat. And this place, Okay, that guy just drove way over the line too. Does anybody in Memphis know how to drive inside of the lane? That's like the third time I've seen that in 10 minutes. Like, I'm not a good driver either, but like I at least stay inside the line. I could never color inside the lines as a kid, but I try to drive inside the line as an adult. But they give you so much more room, it's easier. When they made you color inside the lines as a kid, like, you really didn't have much room. But they make these lanes pretty wide. It's crazy the way this shit works. By the way, if Paul Daniels is here, thank you very much for responding to my email. I can't read it right now, but I highly appreciate that you gave me something to work with. So what is it like in Mississippi? I've never been to that state before. Is anybody in the chat here from Mississippi? Anybody who could tell me, give me any ideas as to what it's like to live in Mississippi, work in Mississippi? You have a thriving economy down there in Mississippi? Is it fun? Is it exciting? Is it boring? Okay, never mind. Down and to the right, I was thinking of Louisiana. Yeah, Louisiana's down and to the right. Yeah, I actually don't know where Mississippi is on a map. Like, I wouldn't even be able to pick it out. Yeah, when I was thinking of down and to the right, I was thinking of Louisiana. Okay, that's silly. I've always heard from the internet that Mississippi is very backwards, but the internet has lied to me many times before, so I prefer to experience things for myself. I may visit on the way back. Okay, is this a place where I can get something and eat for breakfast? Huh. One way to find out. One way to find out, shall we? To the left, to the right, nobody there. Okay, I don't know if you guys can see, but there's almost every station here is taken. Yeah, Teslas are getting a little too popular. If Mr. Joe Brandon doesn't build out that charging infrastructure soon, good luck with that whole EV transition shit. Good luck with that. You have one company that has a working charging network and it's already getting destroyed. But the thumbnail from the last video was from this subreddit Destiny. And it is absolutely fucking hysterical. I love it. It's beautiful. I love it. What I love about it more than anything else is that you can't tell if they're making fun of Joe Biden or are they making fun of people that like actually think that he controls gas prices. You can't tell if it's hate for Joe Biden because there's some progressive hate there, like where he pretends that he's gonna maybe do something about student loan debt but never does. There's that whole resentment from the more progressive wing of the party. Conservative don't neoliberal and a progressive. It makes fun of the fact that the conservatives think that he sets gas prices. It makes fun of the fact that he doesn't know how to speak. It acknowledges that he doesn't know how to speak. It acknowledges that he can't exercise. Like it acknowledges that he has Alzheimer's. Like it's so much shit in just one meme. It makes fun of so many different people from so many different angles. It's fucking genius. It's a really good meme. I like memes like that because there's not just one layer to that meme. There's multiple layers to the onion that you just keep, and each time you pull a layer back, it just gets better and better and better. Brad, I really don't believe that we can't fix that. I mean, here's the thing. Tell me what you think, Brad. Like 50 to 100 years ago, we decided, let's just have an interstate highway system, and we made it. Let's wire up every single person for electricity and broadband, and to some extent we did it. And there's like large projects like that. I don't think that we have the work ethic. I don't think that we have the stomach, the work ethic, the motivation, the incentive structure to actually do that type of work anymore. But I mean, if you can put together an interstate highway system, you can put together a real electrical grid. It's just, I don't think we have the will to do the type of shit that we used to do in America. But I mean, we had the will at one point and we did it. I don't see why we can't do it again. It's just, so many choices. Oh my. Oh boy. What to get for breakfast? It's not about big oil being entangled with politicians, Stephen. I'll go into that soon because there's a good rant there on this whole idea that oil companies killed the electric car 30 years ago. It's a lot of bullshit, but we're gonna get to that in a moment. These salads and wraps, what should I get? Sure, thank you so much. Jalapenos, pico de gallo.
This lady called our order, so I had to Friday.
Okay, the water and a nutty mixed-up salad, please.
Go.
Just that.
Do you want the original nutty mixed salad?
Hmm?
The regular size nutty mixed salad?
Yeah.
That's gonna be $15.69. Thank you. Take your time for me on this last receipt. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Okay, so that whole thing about the... So the first thing is when people will say that oil companies destroyed the electric car, big oil is too entangled with it. I want you to think about this. We're in 2022. We have 2022 technology. And in spite of all the technology that we have now in 2022, most people still think that an electric car is bullshit because you have to spend $100,000 to get the same range with an electric car that you get with a $19,000 Volkswagen Jetta. People think electric cars are bullshit because they don't want to spend 15 or 45 minutes charging the car when they could fill up in 10 seconds. So if with all the technological advances that we have now, we cannot make electric cars even remotely close to the experience you get with a gas car when it comes to range and charging at any price point, then what makes people think that an oil company had the power to kill it 40 years ago? It wasn't oil companies that killed electric cars 40 years ago. It was the fundamental lack of... it's people's preferences for the type of vehicle they want, and combined with the lack of technology to make the shit viable. Like, people would not have wanted a vehicle... Like, you know, in 1980, people would not have wanted a car that drives 40 miles before it's dead. Like, that's not viable. Nobody wants to pay $50,000 for a car that drives 100 miles or some shit like that. So again, even right now, Tesla is a company that's, at least for some short period, was valued at over $1 trillion. They could have raised as much money as they humanly wanted to. They are at the peak of technological progress with a lot of this shit. Again, whether or not that's aside from the fact that they don't know how to build a fucking car. That's a separate issue. Tesla not knowing how to build a car is a total fucking separate issue. When you look at their, you know, the inverter, the motor controller, the motors, like, they know what they're doing there. And when it comes to battery technology, they're good at their shit. But the point is, if they can't figure out how to make something that convinces the general American public, I'm ditching my Toyota Corolla, I'm ditching my Volkswagen Jetta to get this, in 2022, what makes people think that in like 1975 or 1980 that would have been possible? So I think that the conspiracy theory that oil companies conspired and rubbed their hands together to destroy any process of electric vehicles in America, it sounds like a nice thing. It's one of those like things that's nice to believe because it's like, you know, we could have had this great thing, but those evil oil executives kept us from doing it, when in reality, it's just reality that kept it from happening. It's reality that kept it from happening. But that is not true, Luke Davis. That's a cope. So if you use the electric car for like 1,000 or 2,000 miles, then yeah, the gas car is better. But if you're doing to your car what I'm doing to mine, then the electric one is better. And as the grid transitions more over to more renewable sources, then it'll continuously be better, and so on and so forth. I'm a fan of nuclear power. I'm not against nuclear power. A lot of this, there have been people that have misrepresented certain studies to demonstrate that ICE cars are better for the environment, but when you read the fine print, they always assume that you're driving the electric car like 2,000 miles and then just tossing it into a ditch. And it's like, no, I'm not doing that. I'm using that shit for 500,000 miles. I'm destroying that fucking car. I hear you, bro. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. There isn't enough supply for the demand of electric cars. Yeah, again, I don't know what it's like for the rest of the landscape, but at the very least with these type of electric cars, the demand for them is going up far faster than the charging stations are. Natural electricity. Oh God, what was that? I'm trying to grab a piece of dust out of my case.
Maddie?
Oh, thank you so much. God bless. What is this thing? What is this? What did I do? I went to leave a cash tip. This tastes amazing. Way better than I was expecting. Luke, that's the wrong approach. You cut down on fossil fuel production after the renewables are so much that you just flip a switch and you replace it immediately. You can't cut down on fossil fuels and then up renewables because the price of the fossil fuels will go up so much that there will be a backlash against it, and then there'll be a culture war against it. And then you get "Let's Go Brandon" stickers on your gas pumps and populist brain rot. The last thing you want is populist brain rot. Check out the FAQ in the description, average machiner. You'll find all your information. Don't get me wrong, I'm sure that oil companies have done some evil shit in their day. I'm just saying that when somebody says we could have had electric cars 45 years ago, the reason we don't is oil companies, it's like, no, that's bullshit. Because we probably have the most climate friendly, we live in the most climate change, let's fix this shit, let's do whatever possible friendly time right now, and you still can't make that happen because a $19,000 Volkswagen Jetta refills and travels longer than a $75,000 electric car. Yeah, but those suck, Darren. Here's another one. Check this out. I'm about to blow your brain right now. Who's ready to have their brain blown out? Anybody? You ready? Because I don't want to give you all this good stuff if you're not ready for it. Let me know. Do you know who figured out the technology for a lithium-ion battery? Okay, give you 3 guesses. You know, Exxon. Exxon Laboratory in 1970s. Tesla wouldn't have anything to power their cars with without Exxon. $1972, lithium-ion battery. No Exxon, your cell phone will be running on AA's. Go give them a thank you. No Exxon, you couldn't vape either. You could probably blame Exxon for the fact that the batteries are sealed into the fucking phone now and proprietary. Imagine a cell phone with a AA, a rechargeable AA, nickel hydride. Yeah, John, but the thing is, Kodak never stayed on top with it. They rested on their laurels and they got fucked. Brad, it's almost impossible to find an e-waste company that will take batteries for any amount of money. They don't know what to do with it. I'm never going to figure out this one e-waste company that showed me their licensing and everything. The same day that they picked everything up, these kids started coming in the store with batteries that had my warranty stickers on them. I'm like, what the hell is this? And the kid said, do you buy these? And I said, no, but I'll give you $50 if you tell me where you found this shit. And he says, it's all in the park. I go to Tompkins Square Park and there's a whole fucking pile of all of my e-waste that they threw away into the park. And they charged me $200 too. I'm guessing the more legitimate e-waste companies just send the shit on a boat to Africa where it gets set on fire. It's so fucked up. What Hacker News thing, doofus? I don't read Hacker News much. Hacker News is like high IQ Reddit. I'm too low IQ to read Hacker News. Yeah, but okay, you fund the recycling program, but who does it? And what is the recycling program? I'm convinced at this point that at some point the e-waste recycling ends up being done. That winds up being done at it gets sent on a boat to some small nation in Africa that winds up just setting it on fire. I don't know what goes into recycling a lithium-ion battery, though. I saw this one documentary on recycled plastic. And what happens to most plastic and what it does to the oceans and all these little reef towns and shit. It's so depressing. That actually got me to stop bringing bags to the store and rejecting plastic bags. All the plastic in the ocean is sad. They have to take it apart and separate each active chemical to recycle a lithium battery. Hey, who the fuck's gonna do that? I'd send it into space. The fish in the lake near me have microplastics in them. So how does that specifically happen? Because I don't remember that from this doc. Like, I get fish getting stuck in the plastic, but how does the plastic actually end up inside the fish? Is it because they eat it, it becomes one with them, and then when you have a kid, your kid has plastic in it? That's fucked up. You know, 1,000 years from now, we're going to look back on the use of plastics the same way we look back on the, I don't know, like, the same way we look back on, you know, kids getting their hands chopped off in factories and go, what the fuck are we doing? But it's easy to say that shit in the future when you have the solution. But it's hard to say that in the present when you don't have a solution. The plastic is microscopic and mix it with their food. That's fucked up. That's massively fucked up. Weird, Rick. He's a repository of all this historical information, and he kind of uses it to avoid answering a straightforward question. I have to ask Destiny about that next time I see him. Like, at what point do you stop letting somebody ramble and just demand that they answer your question? How do you know when somebody's going out of their way to avoid answering a question? Brad, I can't save anything in the YouTube app. You have to email it to me, lewis@rossmanngroup.com. I can't leave the YouTube app without the stream ending, and I need to copy and paste that to put it somewhere. Well, but you know my email is always open. Even if I can't always reply, I do read. lewis@rossmanngroup.com. If you spell my name, you have a direct line on my phone. It's just, I'm asking a lot there. You gotta spell my name right. That's beyond the grasp of 99% of my subscribers. It is a big ask, isn't it? Hey dog, how's it going? How are you? All right. Excuse me. That was rude. I burped. Buy a Volvo EV. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be getting a. No. I got my little meme car over there. Cost like 42K after all the tax shit. I'm gonna keep probably maybe closer to like 43, and I'm gonna keep that thing for the next 10, 15 years. I'm gonna run that shit into the ground. I'm gonna use that until the range on the battery is 8 miles. I am going to destroy that car. I am not a car leaser. I'm not a like car trade-in person. Like I get something and I run it into the ground. So I don't know what the natural life of a 2021 long-range Model 3 is, but I'll figure it out. Whoa, there's a dog near me. There's a dog near where I'm charging my car. That is adorable. There's a little doggy. I'm gonna say hello to the dog. I've done about 30,000 miles, Ilon. Got more to go. Aw, look, it's a Doge. It's a little Doge. That thing's adorable. That is cute. What dog is that? To be honest, my opinion is always buy the car you want. Nope. No, buy the car that you want, that you can afford, that you can pay to maintain, that you don't have to worry about if something bad happens to you financially, you lose it. Buy the car that you can afford. Don't buy the car that you want. Buy what you can afford. Another word there, buy. No. This way, when life goes to shit and everything around you crumbles and falls apart, you're not worrying about a car payment. I don't know. I probably sound like lame and luxury right now. Luxury, but I can live with it. I mean, I've had a business for over 12 years. I'm in my mid-30s. Like, you think I could afford a Tesla Model S if I really wanted to get a Tesla Model S? Absolutely. Why am I driving a Model 3? If I wanted, I could I could make the payments on a Tesla Model S Plaid at $140,000 as a car. I could do that. Like, I'm at a point in my life where if I wanted to, and I wanted to deal with that kind of stuff, I could have a Tesla Model S Plaid. Why am I driving literally the second lowest model that they make? It's fast enough for me. Hear that plastic? That's what we call quality right there. Let me show you that quality, bro. Yeah, I'm gonna play you some quality. You ready? Turn the mic around. Check this out. Hear that? That's what quality sounds like. That's quality right there. The Ford Mustang Mach-E. I used to regret it because I thought maybe I should have bought a car from a quote real car company. But then when I thought about then I saw that the Ford Mach-E had the battery connector going on fire. And then I thought, okay, cool, let's see. How does Ford fix this? Are they going to change the battery connector? Are they going to recall the vehicle? No, guess what Ford did? They put out a software update. a software update. The battery connectors were burning when you drive it a certain way, so they put out a software update. So you know what they did? They probably nerfed the speed of the car. No thank you. No thank you. A car company that thinks that things going on fire can be fixed with a software update is not a company that makes a car that I want to own. And I'll stand by that. Like, I really, again, Tesla gets so much shit wrong. They really do. But, like, is Ford much better? Like, is Ford really any better? Like, how did you guys feel when you read that the Ford Mustang Mach-E, their electric vehicle, their flagship electric vehicle, was having issues with the battery connector burning, and they fixed it with a software update? Like, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. How about change the battery connector? Put a different battery connector. Oh, no, it wasn't the battery connector, it was the contacts for the battery. I'm sorry, let me rephrase because I got that wrong. My apologies. It wasn't the battery connector, it was the contacts that connect the battery to the rest. But you get my point, man. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. I'd usually feel bad about spitting out my mouthwash in a parking lot, but this is Memphis, Tennessee. I've seen enough. I've seen enough to know that it's not the worst thing that somebody's done here. And it's not the worst thing that somebody will do here. Okay, I have to turn off the noise alerts here. Also, is this even remotely possible to cross in the manner that I'm trying to? I don't think this is even something that you're supposed to try to do. Yeah, I have a feeling what I'm trying to do is dumb. This may be one of those no left exits. Sometimes I'll see a sign on certain parking lots that'll like, don't you dare even try to make a left turn here. And I think that's what this is. Okay, you know what, fuck it. I'll just go around. I'll go around like a schmuck. F you too, Memphis. F you too. Trying to be a Strode in a city at the same time, it just doesn't work. You have to decide, do you want to be a city or a Strode? Like, technically, you could either risk it and, say, oh, I can't. Because again, my car is fast enough that if I want to do my 0 to 60 in 4 seconds and I want to make the world's swiftest left turn in the world, I'll do it. And I've done it before. It's just, I don't like doing that because the cost if you're wrong is too high. 4,300-pound car, like, this, again, I could gun it. It's just, the one time that there's something out of the corner of, and that's it. That's vehicle. Or death. There's also death. Can't forget death. Death is a big one. Not a $43,000 mistake. My life is worth way more than 43,000 bucks. In my opinion. Just my opinion. The Strode. We will look back on all of this and laugh someday. The Strode. The Strode is a horribly inefficient use of space, too. There's a limit to how much you can build with a Strode. And when you have limits on how much you can build, there's limits on the amount of economic activity you could have in an area. Limits on the amount of economic activity you could have in an area are limits on the wealth that you could have in an area. On the ideas you can grow in an area. I would say way more for less. Give my life at least 76,000 bucks. Value my life at least as a Tesla Model S, you know? Can you at least value my life at the price of a pre-inflation Tesla Model S? Jeez. Oh, this is fucking dumb. Okay, apparently I was supposed to cross over to the entire other side of the highway. And nobody's gonna let me do it. Come on. Come on, you cunt. Come on. Nope, I'm going. I don't care. Your car's worth more than me, man. You want to cut me off in a Mercedes S580? Really? That's the car you want to play a game of chicken in? Okay, cool. Let's do it, bro. Here we go. Bada bing. I made it. Get the fuck out of here. A guy in a Mercedes S580 is like, no, I'm not going to let you go. Okay. Okay, cool. Let's make the front of your car look like the back of this guy's car. By the way, what's this guy's license plate number? Tennessee, baby. What is this? How are you not arrested? How are you not getting arrested for this? Okay, so not only is the back... That car has not passed inspection in a while. But, like, what is that license plate? What is this? Memphis is such a clusterfuck. This makes no sense. Okay, I get it. Some states don't require annual vehicle inspections. How about a license plate? Which state doesn't require a license plate? Like in New York, they at least require you to make a pretend paper plate. In New York City, you're at least required to make a counterfeit. You have to show some effort, you know? You have to print out, you have to go to Google, you have to Google paper plate fake, and you have to print out the stock paper that you get from Google image search. No bumper, cracked windshield. Coming from Jersey, I was shocked. In Denver, Colorado? I've never been to Colorado. I know Alana wants to move to Colorado. She talks about it a lot in the chat. How beautiful it is there. Also, thank you for the $2. That is too kind. More than I deserve. So, alright, so I didn't charge up all the way because I wanted to get going. But, looks like 324 miles. 324 miles of range here. Supposedly. When you charge it all the way, it gets to 346, not 353. That's probably because of battery degradation from supercharging it for all these cross-country road trips that I did 30,000 miles with. But so this gets 346. I charge it to like 330, at 324. Until that old person decides to make a cross-country road trip because they're having their end-of-life crisis. I'm still stunned. Like, again, even in New York City, they would expect that you at least put in the effort. So, like, you know, here's the thing. In school, you were not supposed to wear headphones, right? However, if you wore headphones, but you had the headphone routed all the way up through your shirt, and you put your right hand on your right ear, so it looked like you were just leaning your head in your ear, and you were writing in your book, and you looked like you were paying attention, the teacher would not care that you were breaking the rule, because you put in you were understanding the purpose of the rule. The purpose of the rule was to make sure you don't have headphones on instead of listening in class. So if you are paying attention in class and you're a good student, the rule doesn't really apply to you anymore because you're doing what the rule was. Oh my God, that red car. What the fuck was that? You see what the red car did to the black car? Anyway. And B, you were demonstrating respect. I respect you enough to put in enough effort to hide the fact that I'm breaking your rule. And that's like, and again, in New York, at least you have paper plates. Like, at least print something, at least pretend. Show me the respect as a police officer that you respect my authority enough to pretend that what you have on your car is from the DMV. Oh, and the guy's missing a fucking window, too. I guess that would be the bullet hole that went through it. It's probably the same bullet hole that went through my hotel room this morning. Memphis. Oh, the front bumper too. That's not even close. At least he has his windows. Anyway, the reason I charged up a lot is apparently Arkansas is a charging desert, so I wanted to be prepared. I thought it would be best to be as prepared as possible. Yes, I wanted to set it up so that if I having to charge, I will stop in Arkansas, but I know it's desert and like nobody uses this. There's probably 2 Teslas in Arkansas. There's probably 4 electric vehicles in Arkansas. Recycled. So this. If Arkansas is called Arkansas, then why isn't Kansas called Kansas? Another car being held together by duct tape. The white car in front of this Ford SUV. What is that? Is that a duct tape together bumper? I think it is. Oh, and he just cut off that Ford without a turn signal. Now I see how his bumper got to look like that, too. See that? See, you do that one too many times and you don't have a bumper. There you go. Bro. Okay, that's not duct tape, it's just... Wow. Bro. I'm going 30 over the speed limit, and that guy just blazed by me. He's probably going 50 over the speed limit. I like it. I don't know. Memphis, Tennessee is really everybody for themselves. How do you know how much range an F-150 Lightning has? They could be out doing bullshit advertising like Tesla. Also, the range is going to completely depend on how much you're hauling. Thank you, Yuakotis. If that's what your name is. You fucking retarded vehicle. How are we still in Memphis? Oh shit. Oh, this is no. Yeah, this does not look like a good side of Memphis. What the fuck? Why are you taking me through here, man? This looks like The Wire. This actually looks like The Wire. Fuckity fuck. Hang on one second. I might as well announce the Discord. Guess what I am. Yeah, boy. All right. Yeah, let's do it. I'm not looking for retail storefronts in Memphis, no thank you. Okay, this is really weird. This side does not look like The Wire. Like, just before that, like, 4 blocks ago it looked like The Wire, and now it looks like, you know, more expensive apartments. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody who just joined from YouTube community post or me spamming this in Discord. How are you all? Hope you're all having a great day. Hope you're all having a lovely, lovely Thursday morning. Why do I... Crump Boulevard. Yeah, it really probably was just the outsides redone. Thank you, Mauer. Thank you very much for reading. Okay, what's the speed limit on this road? I could do right on red here. I keep forgetting the New York driver in me keeps thinking I can't take a right on red because right on red is illegal. Like I keep thinking that, but it's not. It's only illegal in New York City. The rest of the world has right on red. At least the rest of America. Okay. Quebec doesn't count. That's Trudeau land. I don't know what the fuck they do in Trudeau land. Trudeau land doesn't count. Oh, Arkansas, the natural state. I never knew that's what it was called. Hey, I gotta take a quick phone call, okay? Give me a few.
We're going to do like recruit a bunch of co-sponsors and coalition groups and other, you know, environmental groups and education groups and all these other groups all over the country to support this. And then you look at, you're like, oh, actually, that was, then you actually realize that was really successful. But until you actually sit there and look at the report, you're like, oh, right, we had 300 extra groups come in. And that made a big difference when it came to the other thing. I also think is that the corporate stuff that we did I think we really defanged the opposition, to, especially on consumer electronics. I just don't think they had any heart for the fight at the end.
So do you feel that the money that was given, do you feel like you had enough money to do that in 2021 through beginning of mid of 2022, or was there a point where you thought there's more groups we would have wanted to fund, but we couldn't do that because I only gave $250,000?
I feel like we probably at some point had a little bit, as much money as we could reasonably spend, given we had, like everybody else, we had a little bit more turnover at some points of the pandemic when things, were going to shit. And I don't know if we could have scaled up any more than we did. And I look at our program and it feels like if it was too much bigger, it would be unwieldy, and if it was too much smaller, it might not have been enough. So I'll have to think about that and answer that question. I think that's the right question.
Yeah, because I want to avoid it being so big that it's unwieldy. And I want it to be at a point where you and Kevin are able to look through and actually understand what the groups are doing, rather than just here's money, best of luck. Because I'm trusting you to be able to provide that level of management rather than me try to build that from nothing.
Yeah, I agree, and there was definitely if you go state by state, and I'm in the process of doing all this, there were states that were well organized and clearly doing the things that we set out to do, and states where it didn't totally work out. And my suggestion would be in some of those places like Illinois, where it's just didn't work the way I thought it was going to work.
Yeah, I hear you.
To not give them more money, to say, okay, why don't we extend this out, and then you can hit the deadlines that you hit the goals that you said you were going to hit, and then if they can do that and they get some momentum, then we can sit down and say, okay, well now maybe we could renew some portion of extended support. But I don't think there was any state where I really felt completely overwhelmed by it, they weren't capable of doing things. It's just one of those things where it's sometimes the stars align and things move quickly, and sometimes they don't. But the more hands you deal, the more the greater your chances are of winning the pot.
Yeah, I hear. So send over the report. If you could split it for C3 and C4 side, that would make it very convenient for my reporting purposes and for writing the Form 990 and all that crap. And let's talk about what to do for the next fiscal year. What are the things you weren't able to do this year? How can we extend it into next year? And I don't know.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right. Thank you very much for taking the time. I really appreciate it. And I'll wire over the $250K. I think it was for the C4 side, I think I owed you $18K for the Washington's lobbying, right?
Yeah, it was $16K to pay for Washington, and I would suggest, I think that would be pretty high on my list for this next year. Except for we're going to take a different tack with Microsoft, I feel like, because...
the way you described it prior, and tell me where I get this wrong, is the opposition would make the argument that this is something that should not be done with regarding student laptops at school because that's where user data is a concern. So to insert that as a false concern, they said, we're okay with this bill, but we just need you to put something in here to protect student data to scare them, and that they fell for it. Now, if the existing legislators fell for that, what makes next year different in that particular state versus another state where they don't fall for
this what Craig said, and I would suggest, we could just sit down and talk to Craig. He just feels like the fact that we were in the middle of the Omicron thing and the whole thing was remote, killed us, because these are obviously stupid arguments that if we were actually in the building and you could just pull people aside on the floor and you're like, dude, that's crazy. You're saying you can't fix a laptop because someone has data on it? What is it, the data stored in a pouch underneath the plastic? That's stupid. That's not how devices are secured. These people don't, and there's a certain element of that kind of, you can just look someone in the eye and you can say, okay, this person's legitimately understands what they're talking about, and then this hack lobbyist for the tech companies is clearly lying to me. Like there was this, we kind of lost some of that on the floor in Washington, and then also that guy Kirby totally flaked on us. But Mia was strong.
My concern with him
we
is
were really close.
That phone call that we had,
put it to the floor, we would have passed it.
That phone call that we had in September, it sounded like he had less interest in the bill than he did bragging about his record of passing more bills than anybody else.
Yeah, well, he didn't pass the bill, so
he didn't do shit. He didn't do shit.
He's retired. Yeah.
Okay.
We got really close in Washington, and then we're gonna have, it's a longer session this year, so we'll have more time, and we got really close. We'll clean up. I want to try to get somebody to I want to do a little expose on some of the tactics used against us, because I think it was really shitty the way that TechNet hired the lobbyist for the school districts to work for TechNet, but then that lobbyist was coming across as if she was representing the schools.
Nathan, I want you to spend time and effort on that, because that's what would help, because that's stuff that people need to know, and it would also help the next fundraising round. Because essentially I have to go back to people and explain to them, why the fuck am I spending their money in a state that was this stupid to begin with? So it's helpful to be able to where you excel at is actually showing up and doing all the, how a bill becomes a law. I excel at getting people pissed off enough that they're actually excited about the process to show up and do something.
Understood.
So
I can make sure that
there needs to be a villain. And the thing is, they make a great villain because everything they're doing is villainous. Like it's the truth. It's the honest truth. You don't have to make anything up. But by all means, I'd like as much info on that as possible.
Understood. And I'll incorporate. I think actually that's a good idea for the C4 report, to just go through and just say, like, what happens, C.T. Wilson deciding or whatever. Like, we have an explanation for a lot of these states about what went wrong.
I drive around Maryland instead of through it now.
Really?
I don't want him to get my toll money.
Cops are going to pull you over.
No, I don't want C.T. Wilson getting my toll money.
That's petty as hell.
I know. It is. It's as petty as him. How's that? Okay.
That's accurate, yeah.
Okay, well, and also in each, I know you probably already sent it, because I remember you said you wanted to split. So what I owe from the C4 and C3, just let me know for the budget.
I sent.
I believe you already sent that.
Kind of invoicey documents, just because I know that you said that like kind of made it clear for you, like easier to put something in your books that way.
Yes.
So hopefully you have those documents. That if you have any questions on that, I think that was pretty self-explanatory. And then, yes, and then these reports. I think in the grant agreement they're due next week, but I'll probably get them to you. I don't know. I'm mostly through with the C3 one, and then.
Beautiful.
So hopefully I'll get you the next couple of days. I'll get you those reports.
Hey, thank you very much. I really appreciate you taking the time, and obviously, I have a little bit of a personal interest in it. Listen, people need to know. They keep asking me for details, and I have no real details. I just tell them the politicians in your state suck and they believe bullshit. But I like to be able to I want to flesh that out a little bit with actual, honest, real world, what actually happened, and as plain Jane. And I appreciate it. Anyway, thank you very much for taking my call, Nathan. Bye.
All right, talk to you later. Bye.
All right, bye-bye. That's a good dude. There's so much shit that's going on in every state that I'm funding. Like 300 different groups. This is the key. Because, see, here's the thing. This is the key, man. A lot of people hate me. Like, when you read r/Apple, r/hardware, front page of Reddit, this guy's an asshole, fuck this guy, blah-de-blah-de-blah. And point taken. Fuck, like, I'm a fucking prick. I know I'm a prick. I know what I am. There's no hiding it. But the thing is, in a real world of politics, getting shit done means you can't be a prick. You need a bunch of different diverse groups that seem like they're different people, politically divergent, coming from different areas, with different interests, to all come together and say, I give a shit about this one thing. And you know what makes it a lot easier for that to happen? When I give somebody a few $100,000 to fund them all. And that's actually been doing very well. Like, I check out the grant report, so I can see who it's going to. I can veto it if I don't like a group or do like a group. I get to see the work that they're doing, but the work never mentions me, and that's what makes it important. So, like, I just kind of get to stay in the shadows, and it's, you know. If a politician hates me or a group of politicians hates me, it doesn't really matter. Because again, it's about the idea. This is a philosophy. This is an idea. Right to repair is an idea. It's not a cult of personality. It's not a person. And all these people that have been they've been interested in this or cursorily interested in this and all this work that never had the ability to do this. Here, quit your job for 3 months. Go sit at the legislature. Quit your job for 6 months. Go over here and, convince these 8 different investment companies that it's in their best interest to say that as a primary shareholder in Microsoft or Apple, we think right to repair is important. And they actually fucking did it, bro. They did it. Look last year. Look what they did with Microsoft. You look at the shit they did with Microsoft. One of the large shareholders in Microsoft, like actual stock shareholders, said, yeah, why are you pushing back against this right to repair shit? We want to know what you're doing. That shit works. It's like I'm telling you, I'm getting under these people's skin. We're getting under these people's skin. I don't have a lot of money, but I'm doing guerrilla warfare with the money that I have. You guys got a 25 million or 50 million or 100 or 200 million lobbying budget. I got 900K, but I'm stretching that shit. I'm stretching that money. I'm stretching it like I stretch my underwear. Thank you, Signet. Thank you so much. That's too kind of you. Because the thing is, I know what I'm good at. I know what I'm good at. I am good at crafting a narrative with a villain and a good guy. And making people want to rally around the good guy because the good guy is them. I know what I'm bad at. Bureaucracy, paperwork, getting bills passed. You know who's good at getting bills passed? That dude on the phone. He's done it already. With a bunch of different causes. That guy has gotten legislation passed in different states. Shit that's actually effective to this day. I don't know how to do that shit. I don't. I have no clue. Not the slightest. I don't even know where to find the state capitol half the time. When I'm there, I can't tell the difference between the parking lot and the legislative chamber. That's not what I do. I'm gonna, these people know what they're doing. He knows what he's doing. I've been watching him for years. He was always showing up into these right to repair hearings and meetings when nobody else was. He was always there in the room. Now, are they as good at collecting money? Not really. Let me do that. I'll get people pissed off enough about the issue that they'll give me money that I can then use for all these little projects you have to get the ball moving forward. Together, it's like we make one advocate. I get people pissed. I get the money. He uses the money to get shit passed. It's like it's a good combination. Hashtag no vaccine mandates. We surfed through COVID, now we're losing our jobs. Paid for by Firefly Front. Interesting billboard. The fact that your name is attached to right to repair, that's a bad thing. It is a bad thing. I'm an asshole. I'm not a politician. Are you kidding? It's a horrible thing. My name being attached to right to repair is the worst thing that could have ever happened to this movement. Hell, I can't get a date, and you want me to try to pass a fucking law? Are you kidding? You want me to get a group of 26 politicians to agree with one another and then vote on something. That's not my thing. But the thing is, here's how I'm going to make up for it. I'll fund all these small groups so that their voice drowns out mine. And there's more to it than just bitching on YouTube and showing up to one legislative body. I want this issue brought up in corporate boardrooms, investor boardrooms. I want this brought up in schools. I want this brought up everywhere. I want to be like COVID. I want to get into every single nook and cranny of your life. And it's working. You see how much shit happened with right to repair over the past year and a half that hasn't happened in a decade? FTC. The FTC released two reports. The FTC is actually starting to smack the wrists of companies that, like Harley Davidson or other Westinghouse, that are voiding people's warranties over bullshit. They released a 59-page report on all the right to repair shit. I paid about $60,000 for an attorney to interface with the FTC over the past year and a half. And I had an antitrust attorney interfacing with the FTC. That cost over $60,000. And a lot of my time, because I had to explain to him all these problems so that he could then translate it into here's how this particular statute is being broken, here's how the FTC has enforced this in the past, here's what it could do into the future. The other thing that's difficult is you don't really know what's going to stick. Like, what's going to be the shit that matters, what's going to be the stuff that matters, and what's going to be the stuff that doesn't matter. What's going to be the stuff that wins, and what's going to be the stuff where you just spent, $200,000 on something and got nothing in return. You don't really know. And I'll be the first to admit that I'm making this shit up as I go. That guy is driving that truck at like 10 miles an hour. That's dangerous. What the fuck are you doing, man? Back into the passing lane. That guy's truck is filled with sand. Why is his truck filled with sand? He has sand coming off of his truck. That's crazy. The drive was great until people started arguing about this left-right bullshit for half an hour in the chat. You guys couldn't be more autistic if you tried. I swear. Literally could not be more autistic if you tried. In Europe we do this. In Europe we do that. In Europe we do this. In Europe we do that. In Europe, we turn off our nuclear reactors so that we can get all of our energy from Russia a few years before going to war with them. I'm in danger. Fuck off, Europe. Oh, I don't care what they do in Europe. I don't live in your goddamn continent. Like, I don't know, everybody always feels this need to say, in Europe we do this, in Europe we do that, in Europe we do this. Gargle my balls. Gargle my balls. Trust me, if I cared what you did in Europe, I'd ask you. Less than 60% of the people watching gave the video an upvote. Much sadness. Roar. I'm in Widener, Arkansas. It's pretty much an empty part of the earth. So check it out. Widener, Arkansas. There's nothing here. It's literally just empty. It's pretty empty here. between here and Vegas is wasteland? Why doesn't anybody do stuff with this? Imagine if you had a giant compound here, and you took all the homeless people from New York City and you just like tossed them into a compound here. Because there's so much space here. New York City doesn't have any space for any of this stuff. I mean, there's people out here, so they're drinking something. I'm sure they're drinking some sort of water. It's weird in scope. Yeah, like this entire state has less people than just New York City from New York State. Like that little dot on the map is bigger than this whole thing. Kinto, thank you. You know, I'm not going to take too much credit for coming up with a political solution for that. No, Katsun Sutra. Whatever the fuck your name is. This is... See, toss me we don't like in a compound. No, we're not. We're talking about a luxury compound. See, that was like a one-star resort that you're thinking of. What you're thinking of was like the Link Hotel in Fort Lauderdale. I'm not talking about the Link Hotel in Fort Lauderdale. I'm talking about like the Disneyland compound. Call it like the Disneyland compound. This land has food. It's farmland, so you're surrounded by food. So that solves one problem. You're gonna pay for it, Coot, whatever your name is. I would never go for a second store. That's retarded. That's a horrible idea. Have one store that doesn't make money. Let's fix it by opening another one. Great idea. Why would anybody pay for a Rossmann license? Most repair shops are broke. Nobody's going to pay enough money for a Rossmann license to make it worth the destruction of my name. Which is what would happen the moment you do that. You can't run a business that's anti-franchise and then franchise. That destroys your reputation. The only way it would be worth it is if I was charging like $200,000 a pop. So like I get 5 or 10 people to use my name and then I retire. I'd sell out like that. I would consider that. Like $200,000 per a pop for the ability to use my name. I find 10 stores that are willing to do that. That's $2 million. I'm done. I buy a house for like $600,000. Put the rest in some shitty conservative index fund. 8% a year on the 1.4 million. Make my 50 to 80K a year, and I'm good. I'm done with life right there. But the thing is, like, it sounds like a good idea, but who the fuck's gonna do that? Even 5% a year. 5% of 1.4 million would be like 70,000 a year. Now, that's enough for me. 70,000 a year for the rest of my life to not do anything. I have a fairly cheap life. Pretty cheap lifestyle. I'd be good with that. But again, who's dumb enough? Who's gonna be dumb enough to pay to use my name on their store? Like, my entire business has been based on, like, you know, if you go back to my iCracked video from 7 years ago, don't pay to use somebody else's brands, build your own. Who the fuck's gonna spend any reasonable amount of money for the licensing of my name when that's what my name was based on? I just realized I had the seat heater on this entire time. Son of a bitch. I advertise on the internet. I advertise on YouTube and everything. If you Google MacBook repair when you're in New York, I'm the first result on Google. I don't know what better advertising there is than that. I used to pay an advertising guy, but there was no correlation between business coming in and the advertising you did. And every time we would survey our customers in the forum to ask where'd you hear of us, none of them ever came from the advertising that I was paying for. Paul, yeah. Google Louis Rossmann, Erica Sperber. Why do you do reapers in New York? Because I was born there? What kind of question is that? Yeah, Paul, there was this one woman that she offered to show me Sunny's internal analytics to try and sell me on why Yelp advertising is good for my business. So I did a video showing that she did that, and then Yelp fired her. And then after Yelp fired her, I got a 1-star review that was fake. And then I Googled the person who left the 1-star, and it was a Yelp elite person who was friends with the woman on LinkedIn and Facebook and Yelp of the woman who got fired. And then I did a video on that in a front page Reddit and led to this documentary called $1 Billion Bully that I was featured in. Yelp is a trash platform. Yeah, I mean, I started my business there, and all my employees are there, so like, a lot of them are not going to want to come with me somewhere else. And now I can't go somewhere else because I don't know if the state of New York is going to take several multiples of my income away from me via an audit. If you want to start a business from scratch, there's no better place than New York City. If you're broke and want to start something from scratch, I don't think there's a better place than New York City. After it's like up and running, then yeah, take it somewhere else. I wouldn't do that, Kinto. I don't know what it is about your questions, Yu, but they don't tickle my fancy. I think it's that they're too general. Which video did I recommend, Paul? Oh, the Yelp one, the Erica Sperber one. Thank you, Paul, for your algorithmic engagement. Will I visit Iowa? Probably not. Boosting? What's boosting? What's boosting? No, I'm not spending any more money on this car than I already did. If I try to make this car faster, then that means more chance of breaking shit and damaging it. It's fast enough as it is. I don't see any reason to overclock it. If I try to overclock this car, I'll probably break it. And if I break it, then I have to pay to fix it. I'm going to use this car until it's dead, and I'm going to have it for a long time. You can hack it to put out more power on the 2018-19, not the 2021. How long is a piece of string, Citrus Shady? I don't know what NOS is. What's NOS? I never saw Fast and Furious. That fuck. What does this think of it? The car freaked out because it's a Tesla and Teslas are retarded. That's big brain, Jace, though. That guy's walking with his dog on the side of the highway. I'm trying to make up for yesterday, Carrie. Thank you so much. Ryan, today is July 7th, 1:09 p.m. Eastern Time. If only videos had a description that answered the questions that people were likely to ask. Paul, I'm going to Orlando, Florida to beat you with a baseball bat for throwing your money away like this. But thank you. Yeah, I already streamed about Bodega Bro. So TLDR. He was so the Bodega Bro was called racist because he was pointing out that bodegas don't have real food. Because he's a white man who is somewhat affluent and who moved into a poor neighborhood to bitch about it. Now that's kind of douchey. Again, being an upper crust white guy that shows up to a shitty, more poor Hispanic or black neighborhood to talk about how it sucks, there's a negative connotation to that. However, what has to be considered is that food deserts are often complained about by minorities that want to be able to have nice grocery stores in their community. So you have many people who are black who live there that say, yeah, what the fuck, we'd like a real grocery store. So there's that to consider. So he's pretty much echoing the complaints that have been said by minorities in underserved communities for a long period of time. Now, again, there's a lot of reasons that grocery stores don't open in the ghetto. One of them is you make less money. The other is, again, if you ever go to a bodega in on Nostrand Avenue in Brooklyn, the right part of Nostrand Avenue, you'll have somebody threatening to kill the guy behind the counter because something costs 5 cents more today than it did yesterday, and it's companies that have options don't want to deal with that shit, so they just don't open. It's not everybody in the community that's like that. It's like 1 to 5% that are cunts, but that 1 to 5% wind up kind of ruining it for everybody. But so essentially, he was called a racist because he was talking down about the bodegas. But the thing is that the people that are black in those neighborhoods don't like the fact that they don't have real grocery stores. And they've talked about food deserts for a long time. So why can't you complain about the same thing that people in those communities complain about? Now, the next level to this, the next level here is that if you live in a white community like Greenville, New Hampshire, your drive to Hannaford is longer than your walk to a grocery store in the South Bronx. Let me repeat that. Your drive to a grocery store in most of the upper class parts of New Hampshire is longer than the walk to a grocery store from a ghetto neighborhood in New York City. If you live in a ghetto neighborhood in New York City, if you live in Bed-Stuy, if you live in East New York, if you live in South Bronx or some shit, you can walk to a grocery store in less time than it takes for me to get in my car and drive to a Whole Foods. Or even a Hannaford, which isn't even a high-end grocery store. So there's multiple levels to that, which is, again, like the food desert thing. You have to consider when they talk about food deserts. If you want to get to Whole Foods from the South Bronx, that's a 34-minute train ride. In New Hampshire, it takes me 42 minutes to drive to Whole Foods. And I pay more to drive to Whole Foods than you do to take the subway to Whole Foods in New York City, even if you're in the ghetto. You're not walking 45 minutes, you're taking the train 36 minutes additionalist. Now, if you want to walk from that neighborhood to a grocery store, you're going to be walking for 10 minutes. But it's about a 10-minute walk to a real grocery store. And what people say is, well, the thing is, the bodega's downstairs and it's convenient. So people go there because it's convenient, because it's 1 block away, versus spending 15 minutes walking to a grocery store. Or spending 30 minutes on the train to a Whole Foods. And if you think taking the subway will get you shanked, you've been overdosing on Fox News, man. Don't overdose on Fox. Never do that. Again, I give MSNBC and CNN a lot of shit on this channel, and obviously my videos have a bit of a conservative bent to them. They do. That's obvious. But even with that, I lived in New York City long enough, and I've spent enough time there that that's some bullshit. If you're afraid to take the train from the South Bronx to Whole Foods, you're a straight up bitch. Like, I don't know how else to put it, man. As somebody who was here in the 90s, like crack era, like, no, man, come on. You're either propagandized or a straight up bitch. I don't know how else to put it. Go live in a secluded area where you're the only person on the block. Like, yes, a lady got pushed off the train. Yes, a woman got pushed onto the tracks. In a city with 8.5 million people. It's easy to cherry pick all those little things in a city of 8.5 million people. Do I like New York? Not really. Do I think the subway is nice? Not even close. But this idea that I can't travel from one side of this, I can't travel to Midtown Manhattan because I'm gonna get shanked? What? I walk around that neighborhood at 1 a.m, drunk, holding a smartphone in this fucking outfit. This outfit right here. Like my fucking cheesy Banana Republic polo shirt, my Dockers and my Calvin Klein shoes. Wearing douchebag sunglasses, holding a phone with a microphone. You're fine, man. You're fine. You're not going through Iraq during a war's time. You're taking the 4 or the 5 train to Union Square. Now, whether that guy should be fired for being a douche, I don't know. I think firing people for being douchebags is a shitty thing to do. I'm a douchebag from time to time. Should being a douchebag be illegal? Should being a douchebag make you unemployable? I don't know if I really agree with the idea of being a douchebag making you unemployable. No, that's not a tire. That's a wing for a helicopter. Why do you do this? Can't you think of a higher caliber of questions? Again, that's true, Gregory. It's not like he's not a genius. I'm not saying that I would want to have lunch with him. I'm not saying that I think he's a great guy. I'm not saying I think he's smart. The question here, the main question that comes up from Bodega Bro is, should you be fired for being a douchebag on your personal time? And I personally believe the answer to that is no. Expect traffic to suck as you move north into Little Rock. I don't know. We'll see if I have time for in-studio radio session, Matthew. Where are you located? Fired someone for being a douche. Unemployment would be higher than anything we've seen. Yeah, true. I wouldn't be able to afford unemployment insurance anymore. What's your opinion on women, Lewis? They're adult human females. Yeah, but he wasn't being douchey towards his company. He wasn't being douchey towards his company. Do you think dating women is hopeless in 2022 due to the hypergamy of society? I mean, hypergamy isn't a societal thing. Hypergamy is referred to as a specific phenomena that happens with a specific gender towards when she's with somebody. So that's not like a... That's like saying, do you think I can be successful in spite of the fact that society has a cold? It doesn't make sense the way that you've applied that sentence. You're taking something that's existed from the beginning of time and acting as if it uniquely exists today. Paul, I'm gonna drive my car through your house. I swear to God, I'm gonna drive my car through your house. Do you think hypergamy is wrong then? No. I don't think it's wrong. I don't think men paying for shit is wrong either. Mind blown. There are women that I've gone out with where they've had a very specific thing they're doing and it's very similar to something I'm doing, except like I'm 7 or 6 years into what it is that I'm doing and I'm like over here. I'm over here and they're all the way back here, and it's like they want to do the modern thing and resist the urge to kind of like get help along the way. And it's just weird because it's like together we'd be able to do things so much better. What the hell is that? That's a Red Bull truck? What the fuck is that? Where? But like when I hear somebody say, I need to catch up to you. There was one person that said, I would need to catch up to you career-wise before I can date you. Like that just, I mean, it just sounded retarded to me. I didn't know what to say about it. I could barely think of what to say in response to that. I don't know. I don't think hypergamy is a wrong thing at all. Like, you know, men like being able to provide for the people that they're with. Douchey sunglasses. Love the douchey sunglasses. You're kidding, JG. You're absolutely kidding. You think simping for women is essential for the modern man? I don't think simping is essential for anything. There are times where I've fallen into a trap where I've done it, and that's one of the reasons I keep a journal, so that I can realize when I'm doing it, so I stop. Because I can count on something imaginary how many times being a simp has gotten me closer to my... Oh, for fuck's sake, you dumb vehicle. I can count on something imaginary how many times simping has helped me, which is 0 times, ever. This thing beeps like it's gonna crash into something when there's nothing even in front of me. It's so dumb. I wish this car were more intelligent sometimes. Yeah, JG, you gotta be kidding. Your girlfriend didn't lose all your savings on Dogecoin. There's no way she lost 10 years of money on a fucking shitcoin crypto scam. No way. You're kidding. Define simping. Simping is when you go out of your way to please somebody that will never return the favor for you. When you place somebody else's needs above your own to the detriment of yourself, and who is never going to appreciate it. Because you do not believe that you could offer enough value otherwise. So you yourself, your personality, your money, your accomplishments, your company is not enough. You need to bring to the table something else. And that something else is belittling yourself, embarrassing yourself, stepping over yourself, giving up your moral or ethical framework, giving up your dignity, in the attempt to lure somebody else or make them happy. If the audit doesn't work in your favor, what is next for you? I don't know. Another repair shop would be no. That's not smart, because repair shops require money, and if I'm in debt for the rest of my life, I have no money. So that would be no more repair shops for me at that point. I'd be done. Full-time lobbyist? No, that doesn't pay, because I don't pay my... Again, just because I did not expect my life to be destroyed after I started doing right to repair work. But I did make a promise that I wasn't going to pay myself from those 2 non-profits, and I'm not going to go back on that promise just because my life gets destroyed by something. And the YouTube content creator, that shit is... I don't have a channel anymore, if I'm being honest. My main channel gets like 8,000 views a video, so that wouldn't be... most likely I'd just go get a job. Get a job, find some place way cheaper to live, get a roommate or so, too. Pay off my debt in quiet, in peace. Like, a lot of my YouTube channel is based on business. Like, even this live stream. Like, I'm driving to a business trip, you know? So I'm driving to my business trip, and I discuss business. Admittedly, now I'm discussing simping and dating, but that's separate. Like a lot of these videos are based in business advice. The New York videos are based on me moving to a new location, or based on how COVID restrictions affect business. Like all that is based on this main base that I have a business. If you take away the bottom, everything on top of it kind of falls apart and collapses. Where are you going? FAQ, baby, FAQ. I use a framework. No, I don't use a ThinkPad anymore. Sorry, Paul. You are in jail. Does your library not get views? No. It was like 2 months ago I saw it happen. Like I got a bunch of comments in my feed. I got a bunch of YouTube comments and emails saying, well, first I got a bunch of comments saying this stuff wasn't in my feed like 2 weeks after I made the video. Then I started getting emails from people saying, hey, Lewis, I really think you should cover this. Hey, Lewis, I really think you should go over this. And I'd respond to the email with a video that I did like 10 days ago, and they would respond to me saying it's not in my feed. So like YouTube content creation as a means of making like an income, that's not something that I would be considering. Assuming I would want a job. I'd want something that has actual stability to it. Like the problem with YouTube is that your boss is AI. So if you want to know what it's like when the future comes, in the future, your boss is going to be artificial intelligence, and YouTube is the closest thing to that. Because like with a real boss, I can ask them, hey, why did I get demoted? Why do I get less hours? I could at least see how they respond to shit that I say or do. With YouTube's, my boss is an artificial intelligence algorithm that I cannot question, that I can't communicate with, that I can't see. So yeah, I would not. No, YouTube would not be a job for me. If I lost my business and I had to pay back a bunch of debt, I would do that from a job. Why do you limit yourself to Apple products? I don't. They recover data from every brand of hard drive and every brand of phone. For repairs, I do Apple products because people want their stuff back in 1 or 2 days, and we do not have a supply chain ecosystem where if somebody sends me something, I can get a schematic to it like that. I can get a part like that. I have to create a Lord of War, Nicolas Cage-like illegitimate supply chain for every single new device that I work on. And if I'm going to see a device twice, it's not worth it to me to spend thousands of dollars vetting different vendors for a one-off $100 repair. And further, if it takes more than a few days to do the repair, in our Amazon Prime world, I will get a 1-star review. And for instance, just look at Northridge Fix. He's a good dude, he does good work, but his reviews are way worse than mine. Because he works on everything, he focuses on everything, and people have fucked up ass bullshit expectations that that's actually doable with an Amazon Prime like turnaround time, which it is not. If I need to figure out if the problem with your device is the screen or the screen cable, I need a spare screen and screen cable. Now, if I'm gonna fix your device once, is it worth it to me to have a screen and a screen cable just sitting there? No. I have to buy one, I have to return, figure it out as I go, like start with the cheap component, get it, is this it? Oh, it's not that, okay, let's go to the more expensive component, okay, let's see if it's that, okay, crap, no, it's the board, let's see if I can find a board schematic on some site, let me post in a forum to ask. By the time that happens, it's been 7 days since you dropped it off, you're calling me, bitching, telling me you're about to report me to Consumer Affairs. When it comes to Apple products, they release 1 or 2 products every 2 years that have different parts. So I buy every single fucking part to that device. I'll find a vendor for every single chip, every single piece, every single schematic, every single diagram. It's popular enough that it's worth it for somebody to take that schematic diagram and shove it up their ass, shit it out, and have somebody else scan it as a PDF to, once they get out of the Apple slave factory. And there's enough of demand for somebody to do all that shit. so I can actually offer you a 1 or a 2 or a 3-day turnaround. You know, I start servicing everything. Like, yeah, you're getting a 2-week turnaround, a 1-month turnaround, a 3-month turnaround. And then 4.9 stars on Google Maps turns into 2 stars on Google Maps and nobody bringing anything here. People's expectations are fucking insane. Like, I'll say, somebody will say, okay, will you work on this even though it's not on your site? I'll say, sure. Okay, when will you have it back? I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? I don't have parts to this. I don't know where I can find them. I gotta look this shit up. Why don't you know right now? Because I don't work on this shit, asshole. Like, people's expectations are absolutely fucked in an Amazon Prime world. So I work on what I work on. I'm the best at what I do, and I get as much in and as much out as possible. But yeah, it's not a limitation. It's not a limitation. You know, with 12 people at the store, they're filled to the gills every single day with to do, so. Talk about women, it's interesting. That's why it is. Discussing simping and dating is business because you're on a random dating channel. Perhaps it is. Technically, this is the business of the YouTube channel, is to discuss whatever the fuck gets people to watch. The long tail is long. I don't know what a long tail being long, what that means is. I have no clue what that means. My boss being an AI algorithm with ADD, autism, and a woke helicopter mom, that's honestly that's an excellent way to describe it. Sent email to Brad, he should reach out. Okay, no promises, man. No promises. This is a business trip. I got a bunch of other stuff to do, so I can't promise you anything. But I'll try. Where's the woke? You should be a tech reviewer, influencer, travel blogger. You're not an influencer when you have 8,000 views of video, with 3,000, 8,000 view video. You're dead. If you appeal to younger audiences, disenfranchised, and incels, you get millions of views. Yeah, but I don't want to pander to people. That's the thing. Like, when I talk about shit, it's because I actually care about it. Like, I'll give you an example. In August of 2021, when I protested the vaccine mandate, I told de Blasio to gargle my balls, I'm not following this. That's not because I believe vaccines kill people. That's not because I'm one of these fucking lunatics that thinks that if you get a COVID vaccine, you're going to die or anything like that. Or that, like, it's it's Bill Gates trying to kill everybody or any of that retarded garbage, brain rot bullshit. It's because I do not believe that that is the way to get people to take a vaccine. And because I don't think it should be mandated for something with this death rate. And it definitely should be something that's enforced by local businesses that are most likely going to be fined by you fucks if somebody comes in without it. Now, if I really want to take that crazy money, what I would do is I would appeal to that brain rot section of the world that wants to hear their view repeated back to them by somebody that has some sort of legitimacy or air of authority. But I can't do that because I don't believe. I guess I could. I'm a decent enough actor, but like I don't want to do that. I could do that, and it would make good money. You know, that would bring in 20 to 60K a month on YouTube easily. But like, yeah, I don't know. Sponge that is that's coarse enough to be able to scrub that shit off you at the end of the day. It's just disgusting. My ham operator, I can say parts get even more difficult to find across all industries. What's depression session due to numbers? I don't know what that means. What's a depression session? Going due numbers? Can you please give me a real English sentence? I don't know how to read that. I don't know how to say that. I don't know how to understand or comprehend that. It doesn't make any sense. Please keep in mind this is all getting read into a headset, so the stupider it is, the more you confuse me. It's more confusing when you try. Also, I have to keep this stuff in mind. So I'm like taking bits and pieces from each post and trying to remember it in different storage blocks in my heads in between rants. So the stupider you are, the more difficult it is for me to have this entire process work. Guitar for flat. California has nothing there for me. I think you can do YouTube for income. Lots of people do it. Income, yes. A living, no. And again, when you have a channel that gets 17 million views one month, 1 million the next month, where like, I need a business where I can trust my clients and I can trust my superiors and my management. I cannot trust YouTube. YouTube is not a proper job. YouTube is a place where 1 month you could be doing amazingly well. The next month, all of your subscribers are emailing you saying, why does your shit not like, can you respond to this? And I say, I already did. And they say, I didn't see that you even made this. Like, there's no point in putting effort into something like that. So I would still prefer to have some sort of business, some sort of job, some sort of thing. If COVID vaccine doesn't stop you from getting, spreading, or dying, how is it a vaccine? Okay, so there's two retarded things here. The first is that you're putting vaccine in quotes. That's retarded. Stop doing that. That doesn't actually make what you're saying smarter. Secondly, if it radically and drastically decreases your chance of being sick, radically decreases your chances of having symptoms, and radically decreases your chance of hospitalization or death, that's good. See, the thing is, what you're saying is simply because there was a case where somebody may have gotten sick or died, therefore it doesn't work, in spite of the fact that it's been given to hundreds of millions of people. Like, there's been enough studies on this. With the variant that vaccine came out for, it kicked the fuck out of that variant. It took it broke its back, made it humble old country way. You're taking an outlier and then pretending that you're extrapolating it to everything so that you could use these stupid quotes around the word as if this is like evidence of something. But yeah, I think you should have the option to be retarded. That's the thing. I'm not for a vaccine mandate. And I did not enforce it in my store. And I let the employees know, if any of you don't want to get it, I'm not firing you come December 27th like de Blasio said we should. They can suck my dick. My employees have the right to be as retarded as their boss. No violent revolution. Epic, okay, you're doing what UU does. Your questions are getting much lower in quality as the stream goes on. Take some omega-3s. It'll help your brain. There's no violent revolution. YouTube sucks, but it's better than everything else. Because your questions suck, you, and you know they suck. Huh? Let's see. No offense, they kind of do. Omega-3 isn't a myth. You're a myth. Jesus Christ. This is worse. The worst Dunning-Kruger. No, I actually prefer to talk to my windshield. It's not intentional that I unmuted. Okay. Paul, I hope you get better. And that's why that shit shouldn't be mandated, by the way. Like, my dad got I support my dad getting the vaccine. If he got COVID, he's dead. He's had 7 surgeries, he's overweight, oh my God, he's dead. He gets COVID, he's fucking dead. So him getting it is worth it. Like, making everybody get it, yeah, not for that. Not for that. Somebody at work has a wife that asked me to mandate the vaccine at the store because she wanted her husband to get it. And she didn't want to bitch at her husband about it. She wanted me to bitch at him about it. And I told her, listen, don't you put me in the middle of this bullshit. No, you want him to get it. You tell him that you want him to get it. Fuck out of here. And he wound up having a heart attack. Listen. The guilt for that heart attack is on you, woman. I thought that shit was fucking hysterical. Like, he's putting gas in the car and she pulls on my arm and is like, Luis, I need you to make vaccine mandate in stores so he gets vaccine. Like, what? Get the fuck out of here. Hell no. What's next? You want me to mandate that every man in the store clean the toilets in their personal apartments? No. You want him to do that shit? You pick up a broom and you smack him. Like any good Russian wife would. Well, what kind of border pair are you looking at, Paul? And what kind of donors would you need? Maybe I can give you some pointers. I don't know if I could. Maybe I could, maybe I couldn't. But maybe I could give you a pointer. But I don't know. That makes sense, Paul. I understand your reasoning. I got it because I knew I'd be doing meetups and... Whoa, you suck my dick, you... Ti jopa pizdi et sayo bishet, you fucking cunt. You little cunt. Ti jopa. Yeah. But I got the vaccine because I would be meeting up with lots of people, going to state legislatures and shit like that, and I figured if it would make people feel more comfortable to be around me, if it would, then yeah. You know, like when I signed up to do all these repair meetups and all this shit like that, I didn't, oh, not again, you fucking whore. See, at least then you gave me some room. At least there you didn't almost take off my fucking front hood. I appreciate it. Thank you for learning how to make a turn, you cunt. What does that guy at 1 o'clock have written on the back of his car? It says Into? I-N-T-O-W? I-N-T-O-W. Oh, and it's one of those Honey, I Shrunk the Kids trucks that they don't make anymore. That's a Ford Ranger. I see a lot of those out here. The Ford Ranger trucks. No, I'm low quality too, Joe. We both have really low. We're both low quality. I'm in Scott, Arkansas, Ann. Also, how are you, Ann? Whoa, look at that tailgating. What are you doing, Camry? Nobody should be taking dating tips from me, Carrie. They gotta take dating tips from somebody that can get a date. I do have to update the FAQ with the tire, though. Okay. Maybe what is this? What is this? Superchargers are free if you bought the car a long enough time ago when they were offering free supercharging. Not anymore. So they made cars where as long as you have the car, they give you free supercharging. But that was back when Tesla build quality was so bad that after 4 or 5 years, you'd be getting rid of the car. And I hope you're able to get everything sorted out with work. Have a good day, Ann. Don't stress yourself too much. Dating apps are scams. Go date, Epic. Go date. Epic, your questions suck. Why so general? I don't know what it is. Your questions twist my brain. I agree with you there, Austin. They have really, really bad PR. No, Epic, it's just your questions in general suck. They're too general and they're too generic. Dating apps can work, but you need to be an easily sellable product that can sell by pictures. True, dating apps do genuinely work if you're good looking. It's just most of us are not very good looking. You have to have a top quality. The thing is, if you are a top quality product, but like you're not gonna use a fucking dating app. You're just gonna walk out into the real world and have the results. Okay, off you go. Your questions are just low quality. They're too generic. They're too general. There's too many, like, it's like saying, what do you think of clouds? It's like, just, in what context? Why? I don't know. Less stupidity in my ear. I'm going to take one of those fake realtor pictures in a dating app. If you look good, you're not using a dating app. Exactly, Red October. You may be you. Let that be a warning to you. You could say dating apps are scams because you're swole. If it wasn't for ugly people meet, I wouldn't get any. Now, being in shape has done me no favors when it comes to dating, whatsoever. Brad, shoot. I want to hear it. Let's see what you have, Brad. Give me a story. And, I mean, I think that the email that I sent was very kind, polite, cordial, and really, yeah, I think she responds to texting the opposite gender while drunk about as well as I do. I hope she's better. I don't think she said or did anything too stupid. Not as stupid as me. I still got the award there. And I don't learn either. But she's fine. 153B is the exit. Like I figured she would I figured she would look at the email the next morning and be absolutely mortified, but that's what everybody does when they send something when they're drunk. I have zero judgment. I cannot judge that. Paul S., I read it and I fucking replied to it. I read it and I replied, and I didn't get a reply back because I'm a fucking dumbass. Paul, I'm retarded. Which is why no judgment of Katie. Let's see. Being in shape hasn't helped me with women. I'm sure it increases your chance, but actually doesn't fix a big nose or zero game. You're right, it doesn't fix zero game, and that's a big one. I've had women who get physical with me express their appreciation for the fact that I'm in shape, which is always nice, and admittedly it's a part of the motivator. But a big part of the motivator for me is most of my family winds up having a heart attack in their 40s or early 50s, and I really don't want to go down that route. Or they wind up having a bunch of joint surgeries, or like, I don't know, everybody in my family has been horribly out of shape. So I just want to see, can I break the mold? And every time I make a new PR at the gym, every time I can see an ab or an oblique in the mirror with my shirt off, I feel like I'm breaking the mold of my DNA. I'm proving that there's more to me than just what I was born with. And that kind of gives me a little dopamine kick, and I like it. Christoph, when you say what, you can rewind if you didn't hear it. I don't know how to respond to the word what in a chat. Yeah, that's a good, I may have fucked up and steered the conversation that way, Carrie, so I take accountability for it, but no more of that. Yeah. Thank you. I love below average looking women. They're always so kind, down to earth, and like to be loved. It's very interesting. I've never found a correlation between the way how nice somebody is and how they've treated me, and their looks as ranked on a 1 to 10 male scale. Like, I wish I could say that was true, but it really isn't. Some of the people that have been the most horrible, the most entitled, and the nastiest to me have also been the ugliest, which doesn't make sense. But but you're talking about a text versus an email, Paul. That's a different person. But this is all getting too contrived and complicated. Okay, now we go. Bye-bye. Anytime somebody says that somebody hurt you, they're actually, that's fucking retarded. So let's go over why. Firstly, I'm not touchy on the subject of women. We've been going over this for probably 3 days on this channel for 8 hours a day. Your questions are retarded because you ask fundamentally retarded questions. What do you think of a cloud? What do you think of a woman that may not be loyal? You don't ask a question like, what do you think of a woman that's not loyal in a marriage? What do you think of a woman that's not loyal after being in a date for this time? What do you think of a woman who's not loyal because she's polyamorous? You ask a dumb, overly general question that's difficult to answer because you're retarded. And then you get mad at me when I point out that your question sucks. And when I ask you to make a better question, instead of making a better question, you say that somebody must have hurt me? That's retarded. Bro, get the fuck out of my chat. Okay, but next. Take a long walk off a short pier, as the Italian side of my family would say. Are you settled in living in Mass? I've never lived in Massachusetts in my life. I dated somebody in Massachusetts briefly, and I used to spend a few days in Massachusetts and a few days in New York, and we'd go back. Too cold, too depressing, and Cambridge is communist for me. For a communist town, Cambridge, Massachusetts is very fucking expensive. I don't have an all-time favorite anime. I'm not a big fan of anime. I haven't watched much. Not because I hate it, it's just I've never really been sent one that I found enjoyable. The 10s tend to not deal with unwanted advances since they most Most assume they're already taken. Paul is trolling the shit out of me. I've never been cheated on personally. Let's see. What would you consider the ideal vacation? Vegas is a lot of gambling, and the problem, I prefer to avoid that because I have the propensity for gambling addiction. I'm not a gambling addict, but I recognize that the way my brain works, I have a propensity for gambling addiction, so I prefer to stay away from gambling. I don't mean slot machines. I mean, like playing single stocks, really YOLO business ideas. Like, it's very hard for my brain to separate being bold in a business idea that I believe in and just straight up, all chips on red kind of thing. So I avoid Vegas for that. But I like the Broadway shows, and I love Cirque du Soleil. How do you fight urges to eat junk food, drink way too much, and not work out? How do you motivate yourself to become healthier? Honestly, self-hate. A lot of people say it's self-love, but it really is hate. After I eat something like that, and I look in the mirror, and I feel bloated, and I look bloated, and I remember what I looked like in the morning when I woke up and I was happy with the way I looked, and then I look at myself and I see a fucking pot belly, the self-hate that I feel is the motivator to never do that shit again. And it works. People say love yourself, love yourself, love yourself. At the end of the day, a little bit of self-hate does the job. I didn't lose 30 pounds in a year, over the course of a few months by loving myself. I lost 30 pounds in a few months by looking in the mirror and saying, fuck you. No more bread. No more 3 burritos a day. No more pitas. No more excess carbs. No more eating beans 3 times a day. No more sweetened tea. Carrie, when you say count myself lucky, with what specific thing that I said? Because I forget, because I went off on a bunch of different tangents here. I feel sorry for people that say they've never been cheated on. No, I know the people that I was with. I'm fully aware of the relationships that I've been in and the people that I were with. I would bet my life on it. I know that I wasn't cheated on. I know women that said, I won't commit to you because I don't have an interest in you because if there's a possibility of getting somebody better. I've heard that. Bunch. I've heard that enough times, but I haven't been cheated on. I'm very careful with how I vet for relationships. And I think the women that I'm with realize that, like, and a first date with, the first 5 dates with me is probably different than with it. I'm not interested in talking about the weather and just taking you for a walk through the park. I want to get to know you pretty damn well. I'm gonna figure, if you want to fuck somebody else or you want to spend time with somebody else, I'm gonna find that shit out. I knew somebody who loved Cowboy Bebop when I was a teenager, but I never watched it. I totally feel you on carbs. It's an up and down cycle, so I eat almost largely meat, fruit, and vegetables. Yeah, it's so easy for me to get addicted to carbs. And especially since I spent 5 years as a vegan, it's very hard to avoid carbs. You can get your protein, but you're getting your protein along with a lot of carbs, and the carbs would bloat me a lot. And admittedly, regardless of being vegan or not, I just really liked eating 3 burritos a day. I liked it a lot. And it took me several years to get to the point where when I looked in the mirror, I hated myself enough to change it. I mean, at one point, my face got fat. Okay, it's one thing when your stomach gets fat. It's another when your sides get fat. But it's like, really? Really? Your face is fat? Get the fuck out of here. 30 years old with 2 chins? Hell no. little bit of self-hate goes a long way there. Oh, that I've never been cheated on. I suppose. Hey, Carrie, if somebody's cheated on you, I'm sorry. I'll run them over with my car when I visit Virginia Beach, all right? Toss them in the bay for you. Oh, no, Carrie, there was the other person that said, it wasn't you that said that. Somebody else said, I feel sorry for them because they probably just don't know that they got cheated on. That wasn't you, that was somebody else, Carrie. No worries. I understood what you said. Also, I've ended every relationship that I've been in. So if I don't let it linger till it gets to the point where one of us wants to cheat. Like every relationship I've been in, I've ended. So if it's even remotely close to a point where one of us would have some reason to consider cheating, it's like it's gone. There's no opportunity for it. Yeah, people lose me with the anime stuff too, but I'll be clear that I just haven't watched it much. I have 1,000 words to write. A meeting with my editor. Catch you all. Hey, and I'll see you later. Maybe I'll meet you again while I'm in Texas, all right? You gotta tell me a better brisket place though, because that place kind of sucked. I like. Maybe it's just I got spoiled by Casey's Rib Shack. It was okay, but Casey's Rib Shack was so much better. It's just I can't drive to New Hampshire to get brisket from Texas. There's that bar that I got that chicken club sandwich at, but it's way too loud. I don't want to go to a place where I can't have a conversation if I do a meetup again in Texas. But there's also that museum that I have to go to that David Hunter keeps recommending for me. I gotta scroll through the chat to see if the museum David Hunter suggested is in there. Because I remember he suggested one. Kind of think that was directed at me. What was directed at you? What are we talking about? I don't remember what I was talking about then. What about the gray area where you start dating but haven't had the exclusivity talk? You know, it's really interesting because with my last two relationships, we were like, by the time we had our first date, we had already been talking back and forth for a certain period. You can tell when somebody, how do I put this? When a woman wants this like, I could probably be completely off here, and feel free to tell me because I'm not. Like when a woman is going out of her way to want to like spend every waking moment talking to you or being with you, it usually like before the first date, or it usually doesn't bode that they're looking to cheat on you. That's different than traditional dating. Like I'm gonna go on 10 Tinder dates this week with 10 different dudes and get 10 different free dinners. Like that's never really been what I do. What I do is I usually miss my exit because I'm cursing at the car behind me. Really? No, that's not how this works, bro. No, you're not gonna cut me off in a car that's nicer than mine. Nope. That's gonna end poorly. Anyway, give me one moment. I'll discuss that in a minute. I gotta go take a piss. It's actually very important that I go to take a piss right now, in the middle of one of these bushes. And then we'll discuss this very topic. I actually forgot what the topic is already. That's what happens when you gotta pee. This is gonna be a good piss. I'm feeling it. I can tell. Okay, one moment. Hold that thought. Just hold that thought. Just hold it. Hold it better than this 50-year-old car with no catalytic converter is holding its emissions. Yo, we're in Arkansas, baby. This is the land of Bill Clinton. This is Arkansas. You know, I'd like to go to this steakhouse, but I think after the 22 or 30 ounce steak I had yesterday, I probably should not do that. It's funny how slow this guy is going over the bump because he knows if he goes over it any faster, his car is going to fall apart and break into pieces. That's kind of funny. Okay. Let's see. Let's find the charger and let's piss behind it. Let's find the charger and let's take a piss behind it. Find the charger, piss behind it. Where do they put the charger in this shithole parking lot? Oh, I guess they hide it. Really? You gonna make it this hard to find it? Yo. That's some bull. That's some bull. Son of a... Oh, there's a Hooters here. You know, I've never been to a Hooters in my life. I've honestly never been to a Hooters. Huh. We'll have a vote in chat. Should I get my lunch at Hooters? First time. Or there's a first time for everything. Or is that going to be a miserably depressing experience? I went to a strip club to fix some speaker system like 12 years ago, and it was the most depressing experience of my life. Every woman there looked like they were in a cage. It was like watching a caged lion. It was something was so functionally depressing about it. Okay, I really have no idea where they would put a Tesla charger here. Where are the meme cars? Hello, other meme cars, where are you? Here, meme car, meme car, meme car, meme car, meme car, meme car. I took my earbud out, by the way, so I wouldn't I wouldn't forget what I wanted to talk about. So I can't hear any of you. Here, meme car, meme car, meme car, meme car. Here, Elon. Where the fuck would they put this? This is... They used to lay it out on the map for you. I guess they don't anymore. It said it was at the end of there, but that's not accurate because it's not. Oh. This is a giant parking center. This is a giant parking center. Okay, fuck it. I'm never going to find this charger, so I'll just get on it now. So I've had two different types of dating / relationship experiences. Behind door number one is... Like, I go to a conference, I meet somebody there that's cute and nice and interesting. I give them my card, my info. You know, we say, okay, let's meet for a date. Like, we're both busy, so we'll meet like 3 weeks from now. But in that 3-week time, she calls me, and then like the first conversation is 2 minutes, the next one is 5 minutes, the next one is 10 minutes, the next one is a half hour, the next one's 2 hours, the next one's 3 hours, and so on and so forth. So that like by the time you get to the first date, you kind of already have that exclusivity mindset and you know that they're not fucking with somebody else. So you don't even have to have the conversation. The second type of dating experience is where you meet a girl on Tinder or you meet a girl at a bar and like, you know that you make the assumption that this girl or this guy is dating 3 or 5 or 8 other people at the same time that they're with you because there's no real connection. So you have to have an exclusivity conversation. I'll be honest, the ones from group number 1 have never turned into a relationship for me. The stuff from that group has never been something that turned into a positive, healthy relationship. Like that usually fizzles out after date 2 or 3, becomes boring. It is very shallow and lame. Whereas all the things were like date one came after there was some history, after there was a little bit of back and forth and that little build up to it. Those always went very well. But the thing is, people will say that those relationships start out best as friendships, but it was very clear, I was very clear with my intention from the beginning. I'm not looking to be friends with you. But we were able to have that rapport back and forth that we built. No, go. I'm not in New York. This is a really cool looking store. I want to walk into Outdoor World. This place looks really cool. It's just I don't want to use up the last 100 miles of range I have in this car looking for a goddamn charger. But I think that's what I'm going to wind up doing. Yeah, I could confidently say that I've gotten 0 relationships out of the second style of dating versus the first. Normal dating is dumb in my opinion. Like that whole, I'm going to give you my number at a bar. Let's arrange a time to hang out go to dinner or like go to a park. I don't know. That's always just kind of been, it feels like the cart before the horse, for lack of a better way to put it. It just feels dumb. Aha, I passed it. I'm a fucking moron. Chargers are right here the entire time. God damn, I'm stupid. Holy shit, I'm dumb. Look at this. I am one dumbass mofo. Okay. Yeah, I'll go through and read your chat in a minute. I just don't. What do we got here? I have my water. I don't need to drink water because I already have to pee. Okay. Put the little fairy thingy on the microphone. Charge the piece of shit car. Piece of shit car is charging. Find the tree to piss behind. I feel like a John going to a Hooters. Yeah, I can't go to a Hooters. That's too low class. No, I'll read some of this before I take a piss. There's another local in Lewis's Discord channel, my name Chris, that lives near here. Oh shit, yeah, Christopher Kelly. I gotta email him back. He emailed me about when I'm coming to Texas. I gotta try to make time to meet him because I missed him when he was in New York. He's a good dude. He's a really good guy. Okay, so I could go to a steakhouse, but that's gonna be too heavy because I had a giant steak yesterday. I shouldn't do that 2 days in a row. I felt that steak yesterday. Hooters just is, I don't know. I can't eat at a fucking Hooters. But I can't eat a giant steak either. But I can't eat at a Hooters. The girlfriend dumped me when she emailed her new friend and told him she had a boy. Dumped me when I emailed her new friend and told him she had a boyfriend. Oh, that hurts. Okay, that's painful. Ouch. Yeah, fuck that. Stay away from that. We went over that yesterday. Any woman that doesn't want you to claim her, no. Like, you can't hold hands in public, or she won't say that she's your girlfriend, or whatever. Like, just run away from that shit. It's better to be alone than to spend time with people that want to pretend they're not with you. That'll fuck with your confidence. That'll fuck. Certified? Okay, maybe I'll have a small brisket. I'll ask for a small thing of brisket. I'll have some now and some later. Certified Angus beef. I can't help myself. I'm going to sit down and then we'll talk about this all in a moment. Quinto says, to be fair, I'd date more girls if I had game. I mean, I think that's true of everybody. People would take part in something more often if they had options. In 2010, I sure would have fixed a lot more motherboards and made more money if I knew how to. Everybody would... Whoa, that's a giant mega truck. Wow, that Dodge Ram is gigantic. Look at the wheels. They're big. The truck is higher. That's a true megamobile right there. That was a true megamobile. See if I can get some food for myself. Some now, some for later. Okay, I gotta put on an Arkansas accent. This is gonna be hard. I don't know how to pretend I'm I don't look like I come from Arkansas. Do I look like an Arkansas man? Not even close, bro. Not even close. Hello. Just me. This one. Thank you so much. Thank you. What do we got here? The car looks like it's falling apart, Brad.
So yeah, we have, I like to say it. Yeah, we have. I don't know what the problem is.
Fried ribs, chicken, fried chicken, steak, seafood, sides. Grilled chicken salad, Nashville hot sandwich, country fried steak, barbecue pork ribs, tenderloin ribs, no, appetizer, cheeseburger, brisket burger.
You're right, I'm not.
Whatever. 1 second, I'm gonna get to your stuff. Give me a minute. The Crown Victoria is a good Ford, it's just that specific one looked like it was falling apart. Do not go to Arkansas Hooters. Alright, good decision then.
Hi.
Hello.
Kimberly, up here in taking care of
Louis,
you. What you drinking?
can I guys have an unsweetened iced tea? You have like a beef brisket platter or something like that?
No.
Let's see.
I'll let you look. I'll be back.
Alright, no worries. What kind of barbecue place doesn't have beef brisket? What did I miss? I'm looking for something that... Grilled chicken. I'll take a classic chopstick. Classic chopstick. That'll do for me. Hooters in Arkansas sounds like a bastion of good life choices. Do it. Paul, you encourage me not to. Yeah, I had my earbud out. Sorry. I took my earbud out. Typical human has to turn on the sound in order to see. Hooters, your future wife awaits. Paul, I'm not doing that. Should I do that? Should I leave this steak place and go to the Hooters? Bro, don't go to Hooters. Yeah.
Hey, thank you for getting that thing. Yeah. Whatever you need, man. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, Paul. I didn't see your comment until now. I may have actually gone to the Hooters. Next time, maybe I'll go. How American meme car, red, blue, and white. Yes. Can I get the classic chopstick, medium?
And
now you know hamburger steak.
That's fine. I'll try.
Okay. And then what side do you want with it?
I'll take broccoli.
Will do.
Thank you so much. If you don't mind the quality of the food, Hooters is a good place to eat. Isn't eating about the quality of the food, though? I don't know how to find things in parking lots. We covered that yesterday. I also don't know how to get out of parking lots. I'm not looking to find my next relationship at a Hooters. Thank you very much. I gotta use the bathroom. You have a restaurant?
Yes. Walk straight down there.
Thank you so much. My bad. How you doing, Mark? What's up? I look like a regular Arkansas native. I'm fooling nobody. Okay. Yeah, sure. Bible salesman. Yeah, 20% off Bible salesman. That's what I am. It's tempting to not wash my hands because they have that stupid, like, a laser detection, hand detection thing before the sink works. Pain in the ass. No broccoli and a road trip. What kind of roll is that? Thank you so much. Bread. Nuts. You look like you're ready to teach us golf. Because broccoli gives you gas. My cologne will make up for it. You called me a Bible salesman, really? A Bible salesman. Yo, that's messed up, man. That's messed up. Let's see what this. Usually I avoid bread, but I'll have a little bit. Oh my God. I miss bread so much. Wow. Very good. Any plans on coming to Memphis? Rewind the stream to the beginning, sir. Rewind to the beginning, sir. I had enough. No, I've had enough of Memphis. Apparently, there's parts of the United States that are worse than New York. No, thank you. It actually gets worse than New York, believe it or not. Listen, you douche, let me talk to you about the Lord and effing Christ. Rossmann Bible sales. That's probably how it would be, JP. Bread is the hardest part of dieting for me to give up. Pasta, chocolates that are easy. Bread, that's the pain. True, JP, it really is. It's hard. He was in Memphis earlier. Yes. Yes, I was. Yes, I was. There's no such thing in carbs in moderation. Most people don't take them in moderation. They eat the entire thing. And the portions that you get at most of these places, like, this is way too much bread. I do look like the usual schmuck at a steakhouse, don't I? Look, a Guinness Stout. Unsweetened iced tea. Tape on hotel room window. Yeah, because the glass is broken from the last time a bullet went through it. Same as driving any other car, Steve. It's just faster. Wave Buster, that's $50. Thank you so much means very little. Well, you know what? It means more than not saying thank you at all, you miserable fuck. Being a little polite goes a long way. A little politeness goes a long way. A little common courtesy to people. Except for YouTube chat. Does Hooters have brisket? You're dating the brisket, not the waitress. I don't know. I'm pretty sure they don't. Oh, thank you very much. Let's see. Bada bing. Nice. Broccoli? mushrooms on top of it and everything. Oh, this is like a hamburger-like steak. This is nice. Yes. That's a good mushroom. I approve, you. Badger, badger, mushroom, mushroom. Damn straight. Damn straight, bad habits. The MacBook only has backlight. Which year and model? And what'd you do to it? That's up for dispute, Kinto. You may very well be correct, though, Kinto. You know, there's a chance that you're right and I'm wrong. The thing is, I've eaten at Subway many times, but I've never eaten at Sheetz. So Subway's a bit more of a known quantity. Remember the question I had from him, though, on the spinach wrap? Where he said, you know, we stopped doing the spinach wraps, so we have the last ones left. And I said, so have these been sitting here since gas was $2.40 a gallon? And he laughed and said, no. What if he's lying? Really, what if he was bullshitting me? What if those were sitting there since gas was $2.40? Hey John, how are you? You're probably right, Kinto. So you said only backlight, Thomas Giova. Only backlight and what else? You mean no, there's no image but there's a light? Like, give me some more info. Seems the charger damaged as there was a spark once I plugged it in, then it stopped working. So you said only backlight, but now you're saying it doesn't work. What does that mean? on the phone with the worst person in the world. So lucky I'm on the opposite side of the country. Why are you talking to somebody that's the worst person in the world? Is this like an employer or something? Did you call Kevin at my store? Hey Hannah, how are you? Hope you're having a lovely day, huh? Make sure you eat your broccoli.
You okay?
Amazing, thank you.
More tea?
Okay. It's not bad at all. I was supposed to go on my cruise today, but my +1 couldn't make it, and when I dug my passport out, it expired. Didn't feel like driving to renew it. JP, tell me about your +1. Let's bring this back to being a dating channel. Where'd you meet? Hope you didn't meet in Clearwater, if you know what I'm saying. I am in Little Rock, Hannah. How'd you tell? The music in the background? Food's not bad. How long ago was this, JP? Oh, congratulations on finding love. You're a good dude. You deserve it. Thank you so much. I'll take the butter without taking the bread. I put the butter on my steak, so I'll give myself the... Here's the thing. I'll give myself the what's the word I'm looking for? I forget what it's called when you're cheating. I'll give myself the treat of the butter. Thank you so much. But what I'm not gonna do is I'm not gonna eat the bread.
They always say, oh, it's not. I know it's not.
Not bad at all. Guilty pleasure, that's what I was going to say.
Food is a necessary fuel. It has no moral weight. Don't shame yourself for eating. Now, Carrie, here's the thing. This is food. This is bullshit. Builds muscle, provides energy, makes me bloated, lethargic, and self-hating. See, some food is good. So it's not that the meal is cheating. It's if I'm eating bullshit, I'm cheating. I tried to pay your lunch tab, but they refused to take payment over the phone. Here's a super chat instead. Thank you, Matthew. Matthew, you should. That's too kind. I don't deserve that. How does this shit work? Pay my bill. This phone uses old Android, so I can't scan the QR code. I have to install an app to do that. I really should update the Android I'm using on this old phone. I'm using some bullshit old version of Android here. Does this sound trigger any of you? Carrie, when you hear this noise, does it piss you off? I'm curious, because some people are driven nuts by that. Like it deactivates the rest of their brain. She already gave me a refill. She's a good waitress.
My name is Louis Rossmann, and I grew up in Little Rock, Arkansas. I can't say that with a straight face. Thank you. Okay. Ah, damn. I always leave my sunglasses. I always forget my sunglasses. That waitress stared at me like I was the biggest freak on planet Earth. Probably wondering what the fuck is this dude in a polo shirt talking into his phone for. Fair enough. Fair enough. Let's see. I forgot to turn on my air conditioner. I'm gonna regret this. Walk over to car. According to my phone, my car's interior is 129 degrees. 129 degrees. Jesus Christ. Halloween car. No, nobody yelling at clouds here besides me. Brew your own tea. Oh shit, I forgot what the charger is again. Oh no, not this shit. Where is my car? There is my car. Douchey sunglasses. A must. I'm not getting inside that until it's less than 100-something degrees. I knew I forgot something. I usually turn on my car's AC before I come out to it. We'll wait out here and explore the parking lot a little bit. Sabassa dude with a bunch of punctuation. The sunglasses less than a week old would be a total waste to lose them. Yes, it would be. But that's... Put this little furry thing on the microphone because it's getting... What's the Little Rock in Little Rock, Arkansas? I think that's the thing that smashes into your windshield when you're driving behind a truck. There is a super sweet southern tea that is sugar-free and 0 calorie. How can it be sweet with no sugar? How is that possible? Look at how slow the S10e focuses. Hello, focus. Come on. Focus. Focus. Focus, little S10e. Focus. You can do it. Let's see if that actually works. Focus, you fuck. You have to say it with a Canadian accent? Focus, you fuck. Focus, you fuck. It can tell that I'm a cunt in a polo shirt. It knows. It's not going to focus for me. It doesn't respect me. This vehicle does not respect me. By the way, when I talk about Tesla build quality, here. So this is the door, right? Watch the door. I want you to pay close attention to the door. Look at when it does this. Does it close? Okay. It closes, but like there's a gap there. Yeah, that's not all the way. Watch. You have to do this to make it close. Hear that? So it's like that. Hear that half click? You have to look. See how the window is still open up here because it doesn't detect the car is closed. Like I could stick my pinky in here. You see that? So this, like closing the door on this car, is honestly one of the reasons that I still lift weights. Because you know that exercise at the gym, it's called flies, where you're doing this, like where you do it. Bench press also exercises the same muscle, the pecs. You need to be closing the door in this car like you're doing flies with 150 pounds. Yeah, no, that's a trick to keep cabin cool. No, that's not. That's Tesla shit build quality. A Mercedes E350 does not do that. No, Steve yells at me all the time. Steve yells at me because every time I get in his car, I like when I close the door, I don't do this, you know? Like when Steve closes the door in his car, he wants me to show respect for his car and do this to it. Like Steve wants me to do this. But you can't do that because Tesla doesn't know how to make a car. What you have to do to close it is pretend that you're trying to bench press 255 for a set of 5 and do this. Like smash the fuck out of it. It's just, when I do that to Steve's car, he's like, stop, this is my baby. What are you doing? This is not a piece of shit Tesla. Steve loves his E350. He actually pets it. He loves that car. But I understand why he loves that car. Now, Steve's car, you can be a 9-year-old girl and use your pinky, and that car door will close with one foul swoop. It's just like, deep. It's deep. It's just, it doesn't sound like a motor pulling in the door. It's just, like my dad's Delta 88 1989 Oldsmobile was easier to close the door on than this piece of shit. But he's always making fun of me. Destiny is debating Sam Cedar on Rittenhouse misinformation.
Ever. And then
it's not
the
about
idea
celebrating
that,
the killing.
wait a second, excuse me, you said I would be guzzling buckets of his cum. That I'm assuming is your way of saying I'd be celebrating that person, right?
Not celebrating, but I think
so excited that I would be guzzling buckets of their cum.
I think that
and I let them jack off in my mouth because I'm so excited about what they did. And I'm telling you,
Destiny is a progressive streamer, but he believes the Rittenhouse verdict was correct, and I respect the fuck out of him for alienating himself from so many people in the community.
You're the one who's actually doing what you accused me of doing. I didn't do it. You and I have a different opinion as to why this guy went. Okay, we'll never know. This is a guy who's a fan of John Doyle, who is also like a white nationalist.
I'm on Destiny's side there. I think Sam Cedar went out of his way to to really slander Kyle Rittenhouse in that trial. But like, again, Destiny he has balls. He has principles. He is a left-leaning, progressive social democrat that said that the Kyle Rittenhouse trial, that the proper verdict was found, and he did not care that every progressive lost their ever-loving shit when he said that. Like, I respect him for that. That's not easy. Respect to Destiny. Truly. Respect to Destiny. I gotta watch that later, because I remember watching the stream where Destiny was reading everything that Sam Cedar was saying and losing his mind at what Sam Cedar was saying. And I understand why he was losing his mind at what Sam Cedar was saying.
And it's like you're doing exactly.
Okay, so
I should listen to this.
Sure. Okay, give me a second then. Okay, so I'm not strawmanning it. So these are quotes that I've written down for your video. So one was, you said he killed 2 people with a gun because he killed people in the neighboring town, which is technically true in the same way that white people are becoming in the United States. But I wouldn't let a conservative get away with that latter statement because it's obvious what they're implying, same as the former of what you're implying. You're implying that he's like traveling to some community that he has no ties to, and you said as much. Well, I don't know why he would go down there, right? Not everybody. Like a 20-mile away town might be a place that you have close ties to.
Don't do that to me. I grew up in Worcester, Massachusetts. I've spent 15 years living in a rural area where my neighbors are cows.
Then how is it so inconceivable that a town like then how is it so inconceivable?
I know the majority of people I know own guns.
Sure, but then I don't understand how it's so inconceivable that somebody might have like a town that they closely identify with like 15, 20 miles away. I'm from Nebraska, like that's not uncommon, depending on how far east or west you live. Like, yeah, everybody goes to Omaha, everybody goes to...
Go down and patrol without any training, to go down there and patrol and do crowd control with a weapon.
If your community is burning and the police can't do anything, do you really think that that's that unbelievable of a response?
That you would go, that I would go down there with a gun?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So for all of those people, then you would just say like, let it burn.
No, I'm not saying let it burn.
No, hold on. You have to do one or the other. You can't. There is no fence sitting with this one. Yeah.
If he ran up to me and said the town is burning, should I go down there with my weapon? No, man, don't.
Okay. And then you would be willing to condemn any other community that wanted to protect their community if they thought it was being burned down. White nationalists rolled into some all-black community.
Okay. Back in the car.
Tulsa race riots, whatever. They wanted to roll down and burn everything down. You say like, well, you guys should just leave. You don't have any right to protect your community. Just go.
No, we wouldn't leave. Remember now, he's still traveling there. So, it's not, I'm not saying don't leave. I'm saying if somebody comes up to me, I don't care what race they are, and they say like, downtown is burning, I'm going to go down there with my gun and protect it. And I would be like, dude, you don't have any business doing that. You're just going to get yourself or somebody else killed. That's what I would say.
Okay. I mean, I guess that is.
We have a disagreement about whether or not we want to promote vigilantism with guns for people who are untrained.
But you're okay with vigilantism if it's a protest.
It's not a matter of promotion. I think it's a matter of realizing that, like, if there are going to be communities.
It's binary. What? So you either saying don't do it.
Ah, boo. My Verizon phone is buffering now. Fuck you, Verizon. Fuck you, it was getting good, Verizon. Ah, goddamn. I fuck with Destiny. I appreciate this video. My Verizon phone is coping now. Hardcore coping.
Or you're saying do it. That's what you just told me.
I've always said don't do it. Even in the Rittenhouse case, I think going there was stupid. I've always said the same. But
you and I are in agreement.
No, we're not in agreement, because something being stupid isn't the same as something being morally wrong. I think anytime you're willing to like risk dying for a business or somebody else's business, probably not like the best decision. But to sit there and condemn the people that are watching their town being burned to the ground.
I'm not condemning anybody.
You're calling him a killer like 50 times. Of course you're condemning him.
I can't call him a killer. Why did I do that video?
Because you were trying to show how pathetic it was, that he was upset that his life was being ruined, because you're saying, well, it's because you kill people.
Because he was on ginning up publicity for himself on right-wing shows like Charlie Kirk and Tucker Carlson and
He was
whoever
doing
else
that
you
because
find
all
out
of you
about
fucks were slandering him, and that was the only people that would give him a fair shake. Because you were all lying about the results of the trial.
What's he supposed to do? What was he to do after that trial? You know that his life is forever altered. It's not like he could just step back into like the shadows and be a normal citizen. Like that dude's life is going to be changed completely for the rest of
that mistake that you and I agree that he made, he is paying for.
No, hold on. That wasn't his mistake. There was only maybe he shouldn't even say that was a mistake. Hold on. I think it was dumb, but the reality is he had a right to be in that community. He had a right to show up with a firearm to protect himself if he wanted to, and he didn't kill anybody in defense of property. He killed people that attacked him aggressively without provocation first in every single instance, one of which was a person with a firearm.
When you say that, it makes it sound like he was helicoptered in and just dropped in that moment where people are attacking him. He's going around with a gun. He's there because he's protecting property. But look, you can frame it in the way that you want to frame it. I'll frame it in the way that I want to frame it.
David, they did what they needed to do. That's what I would say to that. They did what they needed to do.
It's factually correct. It's not just that it's, horse pace. I'm saying it's horse pace, and it's also in different doses for other diseases ivermectin is used. And you don't like the fact that I'm saying it technically because my emphasis is this guy made a shitty mistake that ended up in costing 2 people their lives, and he now is going out and monetizing it. It's fucking gross.
Those people cost themselves their lives by trying to kill somebody.
Nothing I'm saying is factually
If somebody
correct.
tries to kill me, I didn't cost them their lives. They did. Ah!
No, it's not just, hold on, Sam, this is such a...
You pretended, you came up with a hypothetical accusing me if it was a different race that I would be so...
Okay, if somebody comes up to me and tries to kill me and I shoot them, I did not cost them their life. They cost them their life when they made the decision to try to kill me. And this is the primary issue with left versus right in general. It's like where the responsibility lies in that instance. If somebody tries to kill me, my sympathy is with me when I shoot them, not with the person who tried to kill me because they're dead.
Ecstatic about it, I would be guzzling their buckets of cum.
Yes, you would,
If I said that George Floyd died after being arrested for trying to buy something with counterfeit money with fentanyl in his system, do you think that that's okay to say? Even though factually everything I just said was correct? Or would you say, well, hold on, framing here is a little bit dishonest? Because if you say that, you know what, that's fine, it's all factually correct, then I guess we agree on everything. That's fine, you can just say whatever you want, I guess. As long as you're picking the right facts and they don't happen to be incorrect.
That George Floyd had fentanyl in his system?
Yeah.
And that's why he died?
He died with fentanyl in his system. Could have been an OD, maybe. Don't know 100%.
I mean, I think we know the coroner's report.
You know the coroner's report, but we don't know 100% how much fentanyl contributed to him dying. We know that he got arrested there because I think he was trying to buy something with counterfeit money.
We know what the but-for was, right? The but-for was the knee on his neck. But yes, he did have fentanyl in his system.
John,
I don't think that's a reason to die.
Yeah, John, that's the point. I don't have sympathy for the person that's trying to kill somebody. I have sympathy for the person defending themselves. And that's one of the areas like on the left-right divide where I always wind up on the right side of the coin. It's like, if somebody's trying to kill me, I want to shoot them. I don't have sympathy for people who try to kill me. I have none. Okay, Kopaz, no, you cannot use self-defense as an argument if what you're doing is illegal. Hey, Kopaz, if I'm downloading an Apple schematic and you point a gun at me and you say, I'm going to kill you, don't put down that Apple schematic, you're stealing that from Apple, sir. And right before you pull the trigger, I hit a button that electrifies you to death on my desk. That's self-defense.
Sure,
I'm not saying it's free speech, but if I were to only report on those types of facts, which a lot of conservatives did, even though it's all factually correct, I still think you'd have an issue with the framing. Much the same that I have an issue with your framing. You're saying he went to go and protect stores because somebody might steal some Skittles, and he killed 2 people with his gun to protect some stores. It weren't just Skittles that were on fire that night, and he didn't kill people protecting stores, he killed people that tried to kill him.
I mean, the minutia in which you're taking issue with, like my issue with someone saying that George Floyd, had fentanyl in his blood to the extent that I take issue with that, has to do with their intent. And their intent in that is to underplay the idea of police brutality and the way that black people are policed in this country. Your issue with my intent is that I'm not giving a fair enough shake to a guy who killed 2 people in self-defense because he was in a place, because he made an incredibly stupid decision, because he wanted to protect property, and he's going out in
I don't think it's a stupid decision if the police refuse to police a community, that the members of that community police the community. If your government absolves itself of the responsibilities it has to the people, then the people take up those responsibilities. Such is life.
I am perfectly willing to accept that I am framing it in a way that makes that point that he is an asshole for going out and monetizing it, and that I'm framing it in that way to make that clear to people, because I want to discourage anybody, regardless of what their race is or what their ideology is, picking up a weapon and deciding they're going to play, sheriff or whatever it is.
The bad part of the road is over.
Protector of the car lot.
Sure, and I guess my issue is I feel like do you agree that the riots were destroying Kenosha? Because I would say that you were downplaying that when you say things like somebody might show up and steal some Skittles.
Do I agree that the riots were destroying Kenosha? I don't. I mean, they were definitely causing damage. Do I know that they were?
Of course you don't think it was destroying it, because you live in an apartment far away and your job is not in that community, you cunt.
Destroying Kenosha, but I will stipulate, for the sake of this argument, they were destroying Kenosha.
Okay. Do you agree that every other protester that was there had just as much a right to be there as Rittenhouse himself?
I think everybody who's there has a right to be there. I think if you bring a gun to a protest, you're an asshole.
Okay, so the third guy that got shot, named, if you say so many times, that guy's an asshole too, right?
Sure.
Okay.
But you know what? You don't deserve to be shot because you're an asshole. I wasn't saying I...
Well, hold on, he didn't get shot because he was an asshole. He was shot because he ran up to Rittenhouse and he ran for fire.
No, I'm saying being an asshole is no mitigation in terms of how wrong it is to be shot. And so I don't think Rittenhouse should have been shot either.
Okay, well, I guess...
I mean, I told you this would be a short conversation because we just have a fundamental disagreement as to whether his actions were appropriate. And I would say that you're still on this thing and I'm reacting to the fact that he's out there monetizing it, and I can't imagine for a moment that you could justify him going out and monetizing it.
Well, it's not so much justifying as it's just this thing will happen over and over again, where one side of the media, the right or the left, will massively come out and just totally shit on some dude, and then 2 weeks later they're like, "Oh my god, I can't believe he ran to the other side."
Okay, what is this? What is this random spatter of tar all over the road? What is that? This is like when I used to patch my jeans in 3rd grade, instead of what is this shit?
The Rittenhouse stuff on day one
and
with
the other side. Well, if you're so adept at rural areas, you tell me what side he was on.
He just seemed like a kid that liked his community. He seemed like a normal dude. That's what he looked like. Every video.
You tell me. You know so much about rural areas. You tell me what side this kid who's 17, who's got this weapon, what side is he on?
I don't think being 17 with hold on, wait, what do you mean, what side? He's an American citizen that has a gun that lives in a rural area. Yeah, he's probably conservative, but he's not a white nationalist. He's not like a crazy, bloodthirsty, anti-civil rights, murdering, crazy dude. He's just a kid with a...
What do you think about that? I don't know that much about John Doyle, but everything I've read isn't terribly good. What do you think about that?
I don't know. When you say...
John Doyle because the media was mean to him? Why didn't he like somebody else?
I don't know.
John Doyle is virulent.
This sounds like when my mom says that, like, oh, Obama is a terrorist because he was friends with Bill Ayers when he was younger, and Bill Ayers is part of the Weather Underground. I don't know what a 17-year-old's interest is in John Doyle. I do know that people went through all of his social media and every account he's ever posted on, didn't find anything racist, didn't find anything horrible, didn't find any anti-BLM. I'm pretty sure they found pro-BLM stuff on his shit. Maybe he's really good at hiding it. He just knew he was going to blow up into international coverage, so he managed to scrub all of it. But what is this John Doyle thing? What is the tie to Rittenhouse and John Doyle? Can you tell me? Like, how are you so convinced that he's so bought into, like, whatever white nationalists or crazy stuff the John Doyle guy is presenting?
You get this audio?
No, I don't. What is the audio? And also, wait, is this pre or post shooting?
This is him on some Blaze show. Doyle, and then John Doyle coming out and giving him a hug.
Okay, so this is post shooting. Post shooting, it wouldn't surprise me if this guy became friends with every right-leaning person in the world because of the reason that I literally just gave. If you're going to be cast as a villain on one side, of course you're going to look to...
not just right-leaning. I mean, this guy, guard and protect your local church, guard and protect your local pregnancy, call them in advance, bring rifles and men with you, or we can just keep talking, whichever you'd like. That's a quote from John Doyle.
Wait, what was necessarily wrong with that quote?
He's threatening pregnancy centers with guns.
Oh, wait, what was that? I heard churches in the beginning. Can you read that quote to me again? Wait, hold on. And wait, is this a quote just recently over the Roe v. Wade thing? When did Rittenhouse talk to him?
Yeah, this is, well, I don't know.
Well, I mean, isn't that kind of important? Because if you're showing me John Doyle quotes from a few weeks ago relating to Roe v. Wade and Rittenhouse...
John Doyle been making quotes like this, I think. I mean, all right, fine, people can go search. Maybe John Doyle is not a self-described...
Sure. He might be a Christian fascist nationalist. He might be. I've heard that before. I don't know. I'm just saying that, like, it wouldn't...
No more than I do about it.
Sure. I'm just saying it wouldn't surprise me that with the massive condemnation and villainization of the left, that Rittenhouse is probably going to look to whoever is going to accept on the right and then connect with whatever entities or people are going to be connected via that. But I don't think that you can blame him for that if we're constantly casting him as a villain. That's just going to be he's 17, 18 years old.
Again, the last time Kyle Rittenhouse is the only time Kyle after the verdict, I think I did a video saying this is a damn shame because we want to discourage people from picking up guns and going down and meeting protests with guns. I'm against that. I am blanket against that. And then
people don't meet protests with guns; they meet rioters with guns because they destroy shit.
The next time I talk about Kyle Rittenhouse is just because he's doing this tour. So it's not my fault. Now, listen, Christy Todd Whitman once told me that the reason why the conservatives don't buy into climate change is because the liberals are so uptight about it. I mean, if this guy is going to go and go out and monetize and become a celebrity because of this stuff, I'm sorry. I think he's an asshole. There's really not much else to talk about.
The only reason he's a celebrity is because assholes like you that lied about him made him a celebrity, you stupid cunt.
I mean, there isn't.
Okay.
But while we're here, because some other people sent me some stuff.
Go for it, yeah.
Citizens United, you have done. I saw one a long time ago that somebody sent me, and I didn't mention your name on the show because you said I knew nothing about the case.
Oh, this is a good one.
And
Sam's about to get destroyed.
I have.
Sam's about to walk off a cliff.
Done.
I watched this
literally
episode.
Dozens of interviews about Citizens United with constitutional law professors, statutory law professors, with Feingold himself, whose law was overturned by Citizens United. And your characterization of the case is just bizarre to me. Somebody sent me a second one this week that you did, and
go Destiny, burn the fucking
the way you responded to my video about Kyle Rittenhouse, where I had nothing factual wrong. You didn't like the framing, but
dishonest framing.
Your framing was assuming that if this happened to different races, that I'd be guzzling buckets of his comp. So you were really basically doing what you accused me of.
What do you think I'm incorrect about? Actually, incorrect about relating to the Citizens United case.
Well, you seem to think the case was just about what Citizens United did.
Well, I mean, the ruling is a broad ruling. The facts of the case are the facts of the case.
Yeah, the facts of the case are the facts of the case, but you can have a narrow ruling, or you can have a ruling that answers a question that was not even asked by the plaintiff. And that's why Citizens United is such a bad situation. I don't care if the facts of the case where the Supreme Court found that, okay, Citizens United had spent enough time, producing documentaries to qualify as an actual, film company, and therefore could put that advertisement on. That would have been whatever. Who cares? But they went ahead and completely superseded and addressed a question that they were never even asked by the plaintiff. So the court went way beyond where they needed to resolve that question, and you didn't seem to understand that.
I mean, obviously, when you're getting things like super PACs coming downstream from the Citizens United case, the ruling was broad enough to affect more than just the overture of that bipartisan.
So what is it that you felt that I got wrong when you were saying he's an idiot, he doesn't understand this
My
case?
issue was that it felt like you had really strong opinions on the case, and then the person on the phone gave you an example that was literally just walking you through like almost exactly the facts of the case, and it seemed like neither you nor your co-host could see that he was clearly walking you to the end of that. And then when you agreed that, like, oh yeah, well in that case that company should be able to advertise for a documentary, and then he's like, well, what's your problem with Citizens United? Both of you like lost your mind. You're like, well, hold on, wait a second, it's totally different. It's like,
Well, yes,
how do you not
because
see that you're
Citizens United, to say that Citizens United, the case that was decided by the Supreme Court, is about that factual situation is absolutely absurd. They addressed the question that was not asked by the plaintiff as to whether there should be any restrictions on corporate electioneering in the run-up to an election, and that was not even a question that was addressed.
Sure, but I mean, like,
You can look at what Stevens wrote in the dissent.
Sure, yes, I understand, but I mean, like, it felt to me, I guess I can never really prove it, that watching the caller walk you through the facts of the case, and then it seemed like neither of you were familiar with it. I'm not saying that I'm pro Citizens United, or that I think that it was a good decision. I just think it feels like a really complicated question. And I feel like whenever people bring it up, then it's very easy, like, oh, Citizens United is when the Supreme, what?
What's the complicated part of that question?
Is what is a violation of the First Amendment right to advertise for stuff that might or might not be related to political campaigns in the run-up to elections? I think that's a really complicated question.
No, they went far beyond that. It wasn't a question of advertising. The question of advertising was a very narrow question as to whether Citizens United, the organization, qualified as a media company. They tried in 2004. To sue, to seek an injunction against Michael Moore's movie. I can't remember what the name was. I think it was like Fahrenheit 451.
Okay.
I think it was that. It may have been one of his others, but it was an anti-Bush film. And he was advertising it within the run-up to the election, and they tried to get the FEC to stop it. And the FEC said, no, it's okay, because he's actually a filmmaker. So Citizens United tried to do the same thing, and the FEC said, no, you're not actually, or the three-panel court, or whatever they adjudicate these things, you're not an actual film company. So they did a couple of movies so they could be ready for 2008.
I think Destiny may be a little unprepared on the Citizens United section of this, but I was interested because I didn't know much about that case to listen to the back and forth.
It was about Hillary Clinton, was it? Yeah.
It was about Hillary Clinton, 2008, and that was the question that was in front of the court. They never put into the plaintiff's brief the question of whether the McCain-Feingold, or whatever the official name was of it, was legit. Whether you could stop electioneering by folks who are explicitly trying to electioneer, as opposed to have an argument that they're putting out some type of media.
Yeah, but I think the challenge is, but I think
the facts of the case,
the challenge
became irrelevant because the court ignored the facts of the case and went even further to where they needed to go. And Roberts actually wanted to do the narrow ruling and just rule on that case. And the rest of them said, no, we're not doing that. And off to the races eventually.
Sure. I think the issue is figuring out what electioneering is. I think that was the complicated. that what kind of media could be released prior to a run-up to an election that would be considered electioneering or not. If somebody wanted to publish
There was an easy test for this, and that is the entity formed to produce media? And the way you measure that is how much media have they put out over the course of, you want to say 3 years is a reasonable time prior to it, 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, 1 year, 18 months, whatever it is. And that's the way you associate, you determine, is this an actual media enterprise or is it not? And there's ways, you could say the standards that you could use are arbitrary or whatnot, but that is a very easy.
I don't think it's a very easy question. If Christopher
hypothetical,
sure, 2024 rolls around and Nolan decides that he wants to do a film attacking Trump the entire time, and he's going to put Christopher Nolan, a film director, did Inception and all that. He decides he wants to put out a film that's just basically a massive attack campaign against Trump, and he's got he raises $400 million for this biopic, massive thing. I think conservatives will look at that, assuming we still have that 2002 bipartisan campaign act or whatever, and the financing thing, and they go, well, hold on, this is a campaign ad. This is ridiculous. You can't have to go, wait, excuse me, I'm a filmmaker. This is my right to do this. It's like, okay, well, we want to form companies to make movies here. No, you haven't had those companies long enough. I think that these questions, and I'm not trying to say I even agree with this.
Citizens United was. And Roberts was willing to say Citizens United can show their ads because they have proven, just because they went into the film business, but they put out 2 films, they have a track record of it. I would say Nolan could do that, and I would say Citizens United could have done that too. But that's not what Citizens United, the case, is about. The case
we're talking about the broader implications of the case. This is what
I'm not talking about the broader implication. I'm talking about the ruling in the case. The ruling in the case blew out the entire restrictions that we had on election.
Hold on, I thought you said your issue wasn't the narrow ruling of the case, it was the broader implications, the broader ruling that was made in the case.
There were broader implications of the case, but the case itself, look, there was the case that was subsidiary that went through the lower courts, and that was the question is, does Citizens United qualify as a media organization because they have put out 2 movies in anticipation of wanting to advertise for this anti-Hillary movie? That was the case until it got to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is not constrained by anything. And so they addressed a question that was not even brought up in the case, which is there any constitutional validity to the McCain-Feingold bill? And the answer they found was no, but no one asked that question. That was a question they posed to themselves, and they didn't need to.
Well, wasn't the issue with Citizens United was that in order to give them a win on that case, they basically necessarily needed to fit that bill? Wouldn't they have to make a ruling on it, or?
They could make a ruling that because they had done 2 movies in the run-up between 2004 and 2008, that they now qualified as a media enterprise, and that they could run advertisements for their documentary about Hillary Clinton.
So the precedent.
What they do.
So then the precedent here that you would have preferred to set is that any time a company wants to release a piece of media, it has to go through the courts to make sure they have the First Amendment right to do so, to make sure that they're a valid enough media company to do it.
Anytime a company wants to release a piece of media 60 days before an election, that is not released, but to advertise on television, on FCC airwaves, to advertise on television an ad about that media, they need to be a legitimate media company. And how do you establish that? They had a criteria. Have they produced films in the past? Have they produced media in the past? Have they had an operation where they have tried to make profit on those? There's a way to establish whether you have a business.
So then you're saying that the better route to go would be any time any company wants to advertise on FCC airwaves, 30 or 60 days, depending on if it's a primary or a federal election, that all of those are going to be challenged in court, and then the onus is on the person trying to exercise their First Amendment right. They need to go before court, and they need to prove to some arbitrary threshold, because it is going to be challenged in a million different ways. Well, hold on, my company has actually produced 4 or 5 films. Oh, okay, well, what about the fact that your company was just acquired by somebody else? What about the fact that your major shareholder that just bought the company 45 days ago is somebody that isn't involved in it? Okay, well, that's, or whatever. Like, there are a million different ways that case could go, and the idea that every single time somebody wants to advertise about a political issue leading up to an election, the U.S. courts are going to be the ones to decide whether you're allowed to exercise that First Amendment right or not. Hold on, you're talking a lot, okay? I agree with you that we might...
Not truth.
I agree, no.
Yes, ignoring the existence of an apparatus to make that measurement that existed. In fact, that's why, they were challenging that system.
Okay, hold on. I don't understand why you're pretending like it's such an easy test to figure out. Like, oh, well, we have this, boom, 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 and now we can decide. This is going to be something that's going to be argued. It's like fair use. This is going to be something that's going to be argued in front of a court.
Stop interrupting, for fuck's sake.
The incentive is going to be there for people to take something. You can't do that. You guys haven't made enough of these films, or your films have all been propaganda, or you guys got funding from this conservative person. You're not a media company. You're just a propaganda outlet. Like, these kinds of accusations are already made between super PACs and PACs. And
from. Now, all this is moot now because the Supreme Court made a much bigger ruling than they needed to. In fact, John Roberts, who had wrote the initial brief, was going to do a narrow one. He was convinced by the other member of the court, the right-wingers, to expand this and attack the entire McCain-Feingold law that existed. And so it's gone. And my point is, you can argue that there's no way for the law to determine any type of application as to whether something qualifies as one thing or another. That happens every single day, all across the country, by millions of, not millions, by tens of agencies across the country. But if you want to think that that can't happen, that's fine.
Wait, what is tested across the country by tens of... Wait.
I didn't know what that court case was about. And Stephen, you didn't know.
Okay.
You didn't know. You didn't understand it. You didn't understand, A, that the ruling was far greater than it
Obviously, the ruling is far greater than just the particular case, or we wouldn't be talking about super PACs, number one. Number two, I'm sorry, I don't believe that you knew the facts of the case. If you're willing to let the caller walk you through what was the narrow part of the case, and neither of you seem to have any idea where you were walking towards before the guy revealed, this is Citizens United. You're like, oh, and then you like completely... So,
about it multiple times.
I don't care who you've talked to about the outcome of the case. That's different than the facts of the case. There are how many people have talked about Roe v. Wade without being able to name, like, tell me what a substantive right is, or tell me what substantive due process is, or tell me like how, or, like, the difference between Casey and Roe. Like, a lot of people don't know any of these things. They talk a ton about these cases. Like,
irrelevant, because they didn't even decide on the facts of the case. They decided on the constitutionality of McCain-Feingold, and that wasn't even requested in the brief by the plaintiffs. You understand, the facts of the case were made completely mute because of what that court did. So the idea that I did or did not know the facts, which I did, but the idea that I did not, is completely irrelevant to the implications of that case.
oh, okay. If you say so, Sam. Is there anything else you wanted to go over?
In many respects. Two, it's not unlike Dobbs. They didn't have to Roe v. Wade. Roberts wrote an opinion saying we just want to change the viability standard to 15 weeks so that Tennessee is okay. But they decided, and that 15-week thing becomes irrelevant. The facts of that case become irrelevant in Dobbs because they just decided we're going to change what the meaning of the Constitution is.
Well, no, the issue wasn't. The issue is not changing the meaning of the Constitution. I think the issue is that when you're talking about that Dobbs case, I think that what's coming up is precedent from Casey, and the court decided that they didn't like that precedent, so they're going to overrule that. Not necessarily changing the Constitution.
No. Casey just changed the viability standard, and Roberts wanted to change the viability standard, and the court ended up overturning and getting rid of the right to an abortion, which had existed in the Constitution for 50 years.
Okay, so hold on. Sure, but they disagreed with the rationale for how they got that right from Roe, right? Which, if you're talking about...
Isn't the question. They could have answered the question that was in front of them.
Courts do broad rulings sometimes. Sam, a court doesn't only do narrow rulings. There are times when the Supreme Court will make broad watershed rulings on things. Like,
exactly. That's the point of Citizens United, not what that company did.
But sure, of course that's the point, but I think in order to talk about the broad rulings, I think it's important to understand the narrow case as well, because sometimes the difficult broad decisions come from difficult facts surrounding a narrow case.
It is an excuse to change the meaning of the Constitution.
I mean, that's what the Supreme Court does every single time it makes a ruling of something, because it changes the Constitution. That's
Stephen, you don't know what you're talking about.
The Supreme Court exists to determine whether or not a law is violating the Constitution. Necessarily, every time they make a decision, they are interpreting or adding or taking away from the interpretation of the Constitution. That's what the Supreme Court does.
They will often take cases just because there's an argument between different circuit courts on statutory meaning,
Sure.
which is not the Constitution.
Okay.
All right, look,
There might be statutory cases where
understands that if you have any lawyers in your audience,
that want to argue about Citizens United.
no, they're just going to know that you don't understand what you're talking about.
I've talked to a ton of lawyers over this, but if that's your takeaway from this, that's fine.
Right. Well, I think this was healthy.
Yeah, I enjoyed the conversation. I love talking to you. I hope you don't hate me. Regardless of cum guzzling accusations, I get a little fire a little bit.
It was really more just, I was more offended about the idea that I would be somebody shooting somebody.
Gotcha. All right. Well, hey, listen, I appreciate the conversation. I love you, buddy. Okay.
All right. Appreciate it.
Bye.
Take it easy. Bye.
Jesus Christ. Schedule another one. Yeah. That limitations. Something I noticed when I noticed that this happens a lot sometimes. Sometimes I feel like when you talk to, I guess both sides end up doing it. It feels like when you talk to people about like a particular issue, when it comes to their side, they either want to be like either hyper nuanced or hyper broad, and then when it comes to the other side, they want to be either hyper nuanced or hyper broad. Like I feel like if I'm making like talk.
Rest in peace, Verizon service.
Tucker Carlson has never called for violence. Donald Trump has never called for violence directly. Like it's never been the case. It's never been the case that you can find. Actual
I reserve the term communist, Hannah, for like when somebody says the fact that you have an employee, but the employee doesn't take home 100% of what the customer pays, that makes you an exploiter. I usually reserve. I don't call people communist because like they vote for Joe Biden. That's retarded. That's a misunderstanding of neoliberalism versus progressivism versus communism. But I will call people a commie when they come out there, when they come out with something that's completely that you could just tell they've never tried to start something from scratch in their life. I do not listen to Scotty Kilmer at all. I got sick of the titles, I got sick of the thumbnails, I got sick of him saying bye in every other thumbnail. I got sick of the video with an insanely clickbait title where he talks about the topic of the video for 20 seconds and then spends 10 minutes talking about something else entirely. I got sick and tired of him spamming his fucking keyword section with 90,000 things that have nothing to do with the video. No, I'm not adding to that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Sunrise. You seem like a lovely person, but you broke a very important rule on this channel. There's a no Karening rule. And the no Karening rule goes like this. When I have a 3-car following distance from a truck going the speed limit, you don't get to Karen. I wish you the best of luck in your journeys finding other streams to enjoy yourself on. We really have we have very few rules here. But the no Karening rule is incredibly important. George, that's straw manning bullshit, bro. So I don't get slaughtered either in the country that you claim has this horrible problem with gun violence. Carrie's point is that your country has a problem too. Now again, does America have an issue? It does, but I also walk home drunk, and I'm fine. Don't pretend that you don't have a problem just because you ban guns. That's bullshit. Carrie's point is that you also have crime, and you also have violent crime in spite of the fact that you banned certain products. That is a factually correct point. Now you saying, well, I haven't been killed yet, nobody's tried to kill me with a machete, nobody's tried to kill Carrie with a gun. I kind of wanted to yesterday after one of the comments that she made, but we'll save that for when I go to... No, I'm kidding. She knows which comment I'm talking about, but in all seriousness, don't change stuff there. I also kind of deserve that comment. I made it do 4 times the work for no reason. She knows. The funny thing is I actually forgot what she said. I just remembered my immediate reaction when I heard it. So I literally don't even know what it was, but I just know it was something worth picking that comment back up. Completely destroying my point and trying to use hyperbole to display her point. Bro, that's bullshit. You know it. No, that's not what I did, you dumb fuck. Her point about the machete stuff is over the top. It's not... Her point is that you... Oh my god. You're saying, look, nothing happened to me. But nothing's happening to people here either. There's a good chance that nobody in this chat has ever experienced knife or gun violence in the United States. I have not used hyperbole to illustrate anything. What I said is that none of us have experienced any of this the same way that you haven't experienced any of it. That's beside the point. The point is you have violence in all of these areas. You haven't destroyed violence by banning something. You don't know what the word hyperbole means if you said that I used hyperbole. Like, go read a dictionary. Go read a dictionary. Read what hyperbole is, quote me, and point out where what I said was hyperbole. You can't. Hey, Brad Haynes, hear me roar. I also have to... Incredibly salty. I have 80 miles until my next stop, and I have to take a piss. I'm thinking of just taking a piss on the side of the road, to be honest with you. If this road weren't as crowded, I would be stopping to take a piss on the side of the highway. Do we pee on the side of the highway or pee somewhere else? Roar. Hear me roar. I'll rewind the video to the beginning so you could take a look at the motel. I am fat. Fat with pee. Time to go water a tree. Arkadelphia, Arkansas. That's like Philadelphia and Arkansas. Arkadelphia. It's a great place to call home. So, Carrie, what you're saying is I should use a rest stop instead. Crabs or ticks? It's only because you work out at Planet Fitness, Carrie. You could fight me off if I just hit you with a rock. If you went to Gold's Gym or something. Sherlock, I saw that this morning. I gotta go over that tonight. Thank you. Thank you for pointing it out to me. Sorry I haven't tried the other card yet. Is there a way I can just send you money without having to do this thing where I put my credit card in a random international websites and they decline me because I'm American and they think I'm getting scammed? Like, can I mail you a gold coin or something? What if I send you a gold coin? Actually, wait, Sherlock. I think I have like $400 in my crypto in like that donation account from all those links I have under my videos. You can see just fine right now, bro. It's a pencil sketch. It's a pencil sketch. Mark, do you shop at that gun shop in Merrimack? The one with the picture of Fauci with the Hitler mustache? We're in Gurdon, Arkansas right now. You can see in full color again for $500. That's an in-app purchase. That's a loot box. What do they call it nowadays? That's a microtransaction. There you go. There you go, Copez. What about your Bitcoin account, Sherlock? You have a Bitcoin account? How's your Bitcoin account, Sherlock? Get a Bitcoin wallet. Install Coinami on your phone. And send me your Bitcoin address at the end. Okay, Ann wants full color, Ann gets full color. Can I send you a cow or something, Sherlock? How could I transport value over to you? Sherlock makes my thumbnails, so I buy him shit with my credit card. It's just the stuff that he wants me to buy. They think that I'm getting scammed because I'm buying some shit in India with a fucking New Hampshire billing address. Sonny, no. Sonny, what the fuck? I'm not dating your goddamn wife, your ex-wife. No. I'm not dating your ex-wife. Hey, Ann, big hug. Big hug, Ann. I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, it's about time to let the tree have it. Oh, that was dumb. That was a little late. It's about time to let a tree have it. If the trucks can be on the side of the road, then I can be on the side of the road too. Next time I see a truck, I'm parking on the side of the road. I'm parking in front of it and taking a piss. I can imagine that's hell, Ann. Paul told me he wasn't in the army. Paul's in the Marine Corps, but he told me about all the shit you had to go through for every repair and all the paperwork you had to do for every repair. It was way different than fixing a MacBook here, like by a long stretch of the imagination. No stretch of the imagination. To be clear, I would be more afraid of a rifle than a rock. If you have a rock in front of you, I can walk up to you and take away the rock. If you try to swing the rock at me, I can block, and most likely I'll win. If you have a rifle in front of you, I'm dead. Because you're gonna point it at me, and then I'm not gonna have a heart or a brain or a liver or a stomach anymore, and there's gonna be a giant hole where my organs used to be. I would be more afraid of the gun than the. I'm a Second Amendment advocate, but I would definitely be more afraid of a rifle than a rock. Because let's say you can see the rifle easier, but you can't run away from it easier because the range of a rifle to kill you is far greater than the range of a rock. So with the rock, I really gotta have I have to smash you in the head with it. I could throw the rock at you, but the likelihood of that I'm gonna be able to throw the rock hard enough to kill you. I'm not a pitcher for the New York Yankees or anything. But the rifle, it doesn't really. Sonny, I'm not marrying your goddamn sister. Fuck you. No. I'll take your money, but no sister. Sonny's paying money to troll me, so I'll take it. I'll take the $10. Rest area, right lane. Okay, wait, rest area closed? What? Yo, fine, I'll just piss in a tree. How many ticks do you think I'm gonna get pissing over here? Okolona, Arkansas. Restrooms closed. Why? Just trying to be proper. Whoa! What the fuck was that? Okay, well, why did that truck just do what it just did? What did I miss? Do trucks have autopilot like the Model 3? Or like something similar to it? It dodged a board so it didn't pop a tire. Was that a board? What was that? It looked like it was black. It didn't look brown like a piece of wood. Who cleans up all these truck parts on the side of the road? Like the messed up tires and all that shit. So prisoners clean the side of the road. Do they get sunscreen, or do you just get to burn? I'm kind of curious if the prisoners that pick up stuff on the side of the road get sunscreen. I hope they get sunscreen. In Florida, that would be horrible. It looked really cool, Brad. Oklahoma. It's 102 degrees out here. If my car is telling the truth, the exterior, the outside is 102 degrees. Is that for real? I've been killing the battery running the air conditioner as high as I have been on this car this whole time. I've had the AC on low and 10 this entire time. What the fuck is a lorry? Oh, some British shit. You guys and your Brexit and your... If you'll excuse me. There are these giant fucking grasshoppers. Holy shit, they really hop. Grasshoppers in New York are really tiny, but these ones actually hop and let's shake off any fucking ticks that I have on me. Get back in my car before this truck comes by. Locust, okay, that's a locust, that's what it's called. Okay, so this is going to be the fun part. So I have to accelerate fast enough that I don't get hit by oncoming traffic. I'm gonna wait a little bit. This car fucks. This car really does fuck. Holy shit, I'm going 118 miles an hour. Jesus Christ. Slow down, slow down, slow down, slow down. I got a little carried away. I got a little carried away. Jesus Christ. Okay. I have no idea, Sherlock. What do you want to do for a... Here's what you got to do. Find the people that do what you want to do and ask them what they think you should do to get there. So you're asking about the degree you want, but what you really need to figure out is what do you want to do with your life? Then ask the people who know, who are doing what you want to do, what the best path would be to get there and how they got there. I don't know if you saw how fast this car caught up with everybody else from a dead stop, but that's fucking amazing. I know, I get it. It's like the second cheapest car Tesla makes, but still. This thing still fucks. There's nothing wrong with 118 kilometers per hour. I don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about. Look at this lorry in front of me. I wonder if he smokes a fag when he's going off the lift to his flat. So presumptuous, all of you. You Americans. You assume that everybody uses your units, American. See, Americans think they run the world. I bet you spell color without a U. Yeah, it looks like 118 kilometers per hour is 1.5 miles per hour underneath the speed limit of 75 miles per hour in Prescott, Arkansas. Meaning I am a completely law-abiding citizen. So you can take that and... Silly American. Silly American. Mark, how's the weather today in Merrimack? I bet it's cooler than 100 degrees there. Probably cooler than 100 Fahrenheit. Mark, you know when you go to the South and you say, like, somebody goes, "Where are you from?" and if you say New Hampshire, they, like, almost the universal response is, "Where is that?" Like, I was talking about this before. They know it's a part of America. You know, they remember that section in first grade where you had to list every state. So they know it's America, they just have no idea where. They have no clue. So it's very interesting because they don't really even know how to profile you based on your location because they have no idea where it is. I'm convinced most of the country could not point out New Hampshire on a map. Wait, so if you're not... This doesn't make sense. So if you're not in New Hampshire, then where are you? Because Merrimack is New Hampshire. By the way, did any of you spot what I spotted? White state trooper van? I mean, white state trooper vehicle? Maine Coons are overrated, Kopaz. That was my first cat. Sorry, state trooper, I'm going 118 kilometers an hour. Can't be mad at me. New Hampshire is gorgeous in the summertime. An F-350 dually pickup pulled over a sedan in southeast Diffa. How fast does an F-350 do? Like, how can it accelerate fast enough to catch up to somebody who's speeding? Usually I see Dodge Challengers used as cop cars because they could go vroom. Thank you. I try to keep a happy mood. Where was this point? We don't use metrics in America because we still have assault. Thanks, Ann. Next rest stop. Probably 40 minutes. Actually, since I took a piss, I should probably go a little longer before I make a stop. I get more efficiency out of my time that way. Random, Sherlock. Random, random, random. more than half in some cases, Carrie. Duke paid more than 50% in taxes in the Netherlands. In Finland, it's technically illegal to move over to let someone merge, changing lanes unnecessarily. Finland sounds like a really dumb country. Because that... Like, okay, so you have a choice. Do you want to give somebody room or not give them room? So let's say they don't see you there and they decide that they want to go over 2 lanes instead of just merge. It's nice to be further away from potential danger, especially if there's no reason for people to be unnecessarily close together. Finland sounds pretty dumb there. That sounds pretty stupid. That's really stupid. I don't know, the more I hear about the rules in Europe, the more I just don't want to visit. It's so many European countries. Like, there's no... Why make something illegal where there's no harm? I mean, if somebody's merging into my... If I'm going 70 miles an hour and I see somebody merging, what if they go over the line a little bit? You know, if I'm away from them, I don't have to care if they go over the line or if they make a mistake or if they're tired or... Like, I'm lowering my chance of risk or injury. If there's literally nobody to my left and the lane is completely empty, it's unnecessary that you make a stupid law. It's entirely up to the person joining to match the speed in traffic and merge, and it's entirely up to me to do everything I can to protect my vehicle. And myself. I don't find that unnecessary. People make mistakes. Yeah, it makes sense that you do it. I would ignore that stupid law too. Sherlock, I have like 30 new Discord messages. I haven't been reading them while I've been driving. Canuck, it sounds like you've never taken a business trip in your life. I guess if you work at McDonald's until you're 80, the idea of driving across the country for a business opportunity is probably crazy to you. Stay at McDonald's, sir. Stay in McDonald's. Sherlock, I keep telling you, if you apologize too often, people will take advantage of you. Be careful. Flying Rat, that's a $50 super chat question, or you can read the FAQ in the video description. You got the FAQ in the video description, or you can give me 50 bucks to answer that question for the 90th time. Business opportunities, Sherlock, you're right. Shouldn't limit the business opportunities. I don't want to play the rental car lotto again. The rental car thing was really different like prior to COVID. That was a dangerous pass up there. A ballsy pass. I'm a business owner. I get paid whether or not I do anything. I'm part of the bourgeoisie, Carrie. When they say eat the rich in Vouch's chat, they're talking about me. We're in Texas, Carrie's favorite state. Ah, fuck. Wait, what the fuck is this? What is this bullshit road? What the fuck is this? This makes no sense. Wait, that's retarded. This is backwards. Highway to hell. Yeah, I didn't know what the hell that turning thing was. That confused me. Texas frontage road. Now I know what it's called. Time for a nap. How are you doing, Anne? How's your army day? Are things going better? There's I have the, yeah, you can have the air conditioner on while it's charging. That works, Paul. I'm just taking a bit of a rest. I could have left a while ago. I just wanted to lay down for a few minutes. So I'm charging extra that I don't really need to. It's 104 degrees. Holy shit. I've walked about 13 steps and I feel like I'm being cooked alive. I feel like a little rotisserie chicken it's getting rotated around a flame. Oh. Do I make it to the bathroom? I don't know if I'm gonna make it to the bathroom. My phone is gonna die soon. I want to pass out on the grass right now. Oh. Hoo, hoo, hoo. Still beats New Hampshire cold. I'll take this over New Hampshire winter. Like warm, it gets old when it's really hot and you're sweaty, but it doesn't hurt the same way. Negative 14 hurts. You feel like the skin on your face is about to be damaged in some way. When you have wind and negative 14, boo. I believe you, Jessica, whatever. All right.
Now would you like to make you walk in down in
Oh, the moment that door opens, you feel it. You feel it hit you like a truck. Hello. Ah. Olive Garden is garbage tier food. What's a Georgia Guidestone? I don't know what a Georgia Guidestone is. Let me Google that before I go. I was just about to go. I have a second phone, so now I can Google things while I'm streaming. Was a granite monument. It stood in Elbert County, Georgia from 1980 to 2022. Okay, I'm going to read the Wikipedia article. Give me a minute. American Stonehenge or Georgia Stonehenge. Elberton Granite Finishing Company. Why was it defaced? Death to the New World Order in 2008? What the hell? In July 6, 2022, an explosion occurred at the site, destroying this Wili Hindi language slab and causing significant damage. Why? I don't understand. Hey Christopher, I'm in Texarkana. So what is the point of destroying this? I still don't understand exactly what this is. So somebody just made up a Stonehenge, a granite monument, but what is the monument supposed to be of? It's like a piece of stone with a bunch of writing on it, but I can't read it from this. You will not succeed. Jesus will beat you, Satanist. Death to the New World Order. Let these guidestones be an age of reason. Okay, I get this. Focus, you piece of shit. Nobody cares, Jay. Nobody cares. Yes, no shit. Congratulations. After 10 years on YouTube in New York City, you've been able to point out that I'm not from Texas. I don't know what the motivation to blow that up is. It doesn't seem to make sense that somebody would blow this up. Seems kind of lame. Before I leave, I'm making my car as cold as possible so that I could run the AC lower so that I don't destroy the battery. But I realize that that's cope. The AC in this car is much stronger than the AC that was in my Nissan Sentra, by a good margin. But it clearly uses more power than what was in my Nissan Sentra. Good night, Sherlock. Sherlock. Silver car with the sunroof, but the video didn't get a clear picture of the license plate. Right. You know, Kara, you've been in my chat for like 2 years, and I have no idea what your political views are for the most part. I think that's very interesting, especially given that at one point in time you were a Destiny viewer. Dumb question, but what are your thoughts on the Fixiv ERP ad? Fixiv ERP ad. Listen, sir, I appreciate the $2. God bless you for giving me $2, but do me a favor. Post that in the unpaid chat in fucking English. English. Free. I don't want your money. I want a sentence that I can read. Final Fantasy 14 ERP ad? I don't know what the fucking ERP ad is. English! Yo, English. What is ERP? ERP ad. I can't. I don't go on whatever. I don't go on sections of the internet where you would see that shit. The only Final Fantasy I played is Final Fantasy 9. I do kind of wonder if Dagger and Zidane got it on at the end, but when I played that game, I was 13. Now I'm 33, and according to when I read through it, apparently they were 16 at the time. So for me to ask that question now as a 33-year-old would make me a pedo. But yeah, I don't know. I haven't really thought about the video game characters of the games that I play fucking each other. That's honestly something I haven't thought about much. But I played some of 10. I never finished 10. And I played 9, but I never got that far. But you know, in terms of them having sex, it's just not something that I ever. Yeah, it's not. I don't know. I don't think about that stuff, to be honest with you. I can't say I've ever thought about like Final Fantasy characters fucking. And I haven't seen an ad. I don't think I'm missing out on much. The glass roof in the top is really heavily tinted, Mark. Carrie, you how many subscribers do you have just from posting on channels with a female female profile picture? You probably have a lot of just dead subscribers just waiting to like look at your profile picture and you know. Like, you ever see those female accounts on YouTube where they have no videos but they have like 150 subscribers? Carrie has 5 subscribers. Yo, look at you. You still got it. You still got it. Okay, this is going to be the longest trip. This is going to be the longest route because this is the charging desert that I'm driving through. I am driving through a charged desert, so this is that. So I figured it would be a good time for me to fill up all the way and take a short nap. So I'm at 100% here. That's literally the top of the charge and 200. Yeah. So let's go through the desert. We're going to go through the desert. I don't know if they make shades for the glass roof, but honestly, here, I'll show you, Mark. So check it. So this is out the front window. This is out the side window. This is out the ones that have this is the maximum tint you can have in New Hampshire and pass inspection on the back. And this is out this window. Okay, so it's pretty tinted. Again, that's the actually this is stupid. You can't tell because the ISO and the exposure is changing in the camera as I'm moving it. So yeah, I completely forgot. In the YouTube Studio app, I mean the YouTube streaming app, I can't change. I'm not able in the YouTube Studio app. I can't change the ISO or the exposure manually. So there's no way I could actually show you this. It's increasing the ISO and decreasing the exposure when I show you through here. So you can't see what I see. But Mark, it's very heavy. The roof is very heavily tinted. So it's, you don't feel anything on this roof. Thank you for the wishes of a safe passage. So I'm going to get out of here now. I'm going to unplug my... Car is unplugged. It's weird to have no regenerative braking. It almost feels like an internal combustion engine car. When you don't have regenerative braking, it's really weird once you get used to it. Shit. This stupid fucking... This road is confusing as shit. The only way I'm spending the night with somebody else is if it's a 24-year-old version of Tori Amos. Sorry, Jack. Joseph, whatever your name was. J.E., whatever. Same difference. It's a dude's name. It's a distinction without a difference. Kinto, Final Fantasy IX. Watch a walkthrough. Dude saying I could sleep over is not Southern hospitality. That's Chelsea hospitality. This truck behind me is not very smart. He was in the left lane, he went to the right, but the sign says in a quarter of a mile, right lane is gone. What's Swift? Shut up, meme. Bulldozer. Bulldozers. Do trucks turn into rocks? There's a fire in the woods by the highway. What the fuck? You guys couldn't see it. Where's my little dog gone? Where, oh, where can he be? Where can he be? Where, oh, where is my little dog gone? AT&T, Neil, AT&T. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. The Oreo would be more of a meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. I'm thinking about something I shouldn't be thinking about. I was thinking about not following Carrie's advice on Saturday night. Lone Star Trailer Parks. I don't want to go to a Hooters Red October. That sounds kind of weird. I don't know what that means, John. Scottish people? "25th Hour, Vengeance." I like 25th Hour with Ed Norton. Like a Ford Mustang Mach-E where the battery contacts go on fire? Or a Chevy Bolt where the entire thing goes on fire? Or a Mercedes EQS where they sell it to you for $50,000 over the existing dealer markup? Or a Hyundai with 170 miles of range? Yeah. Yeah. Or a Toyota where the wheels fall off of it? Toyota had an interesting recall announcement on their recent EV. Yeah. Emily! Welcome, welcome. How are you? Jeez. Sorry it took you that long to get better. I'm glad you're better. Oh, jeez, that sucks. I never followed Yu-Gi-Oh! As a kid. I was one of the people that watched Pokemon on Channel 11 instead. Yeah, it was only 2,000 of them, Sporms Park. Oh, here's the thing, the credit I'll give Toyota. If Tesla found the same shit, I guarantee they would wait to recall it until, like, 20 people died. Tesla sells cars without brake pads. And then the stands for, like, start justifying it. It was quarter end push, quarter end push. You can't blame them. All of our cars suck at the end of the quarter. You know, if Tesla released a car with the same shit, they would have never said a word. Brad, new Toyota is not the same thing as old Toyota, is my guess. Like, the 1997 through 2015 Camrys and Corollas that your parents used and all that shit, I'm guessing that like every manufacturer, shit just goes downhill. That's cool, Remco. I'm glad you're here. Bullshit. Pokemon cartoon is anime the same way Olive Garden is fine Italian dining. Driving is not how you engage with society. I've driven 30,000 plus miles in less than a year, and I am definitely not engaged with society at all. Asking that question to me, it would get you accused of being a short in a Tesla forum. Or a subreddit filled with their stands. But, like, why did they not do that for that car, Brad, when they've been doing that for a while before? I agreed, Emily. Like, when it comes to the inverter, the motor controller, the motors themselves, it's ahead of everybody else by a large margin. It's just when it comes to actually building the interior and the other shit in the car, like, they suck. I used to say, like, have Toyota do that. It's just Toyota can't put Loctite on wheels, so I don't really know how to judge that either. Does this Silverado have a catalytic converter? That's a lot of exhaust to be coming out while going 5 miles an hour. Yeah, but the Prius isn't a real electric vehicle. The Prius is a hybrid. Buying a hybrid is like being just friends with a woman you want to have a romantic relationship with. It's just not the same. You get the worst of both worlds. It's like kissing your sister. It's still kissing your sister. Good one, Red October. I haven't, Emily. What are they protesting? They're not protesting COVID shit, are they? Well, that's an interesting one, Emily. I don't know how I feel about that without reading up on it. I don't blame the farmers there. Hydrogen is a massive cope. Time to pee. I have 187 miles left, but I can't keep driving because I have to pee again. I have something on. Yeah. I'm kind of tired of talking back and forth and all the driving and the trip. This is a nice little neighborhood. Whoa, that's the Sanford and Son truck. I just saw the Sanford and Son truck drive by. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Emily, why don't you live in Florida? You're okay, Emily. So what state are you in now? I wonder if it's a state that... Oh, this is not the pretty part of Texas, is it? Yeah, that building's falling apart. If I wanted to pee, where would I go? I can't pee by the bush because that's right in front of a police station. I guess I can trust that nobody's going to steal my car. Looks like a charming little town. It's a nice big MAGA truck over here. What kind of MAGA? That's a 2500 HD. The GMC Sierra. That's a big bitch. Oh God, New York State. What part of New York State are you in? Oh. You know, I walked halfway down the street and I feel like passing out right now. Behind the school. See, it's a winery. Well, this is a little fancy hipster town looking place. A bakery and a coffee house. I like how almost everything is closed at 7 p.m. on a weekday. Hell yeah, growing up in New York, you're not used to this shit where like the entire town is dead at 7 p.m. on a Thursday. It's something unnatural about it. This is not natural. Where are all the people? Now that brings us to our next question, Emily. What brought you to this channel? Rants about New York City real estate as a New York City person? Or PP Bus G3 Hot being 8.5 volts instead of 8.16 volts for the battery to charge? Ooh, country fine dining. Hello, what do we got here? Maple syrup, crispy bacon, crunchy peanut butter. That's brisket. This? So wait, let me get this. Brisket, peanut butter, crispy bacon, maple syrup. I would trade not having sex for the rest of my natural life for one of these. You love red states but you like blue cities? I'm very confused here. Hello, just me.
Just you?
Sounds like my life.
Let me make sure that we're seeing on both sides. I'm not gonna mess up a formula they got. See.
No worries. I dislike red counties and red states. I mean, that's most of Florida. Oh, wow. So you found Eric? Very cool. I found you because YouTube recommended a My Girlfriend Fixed Laptop video. Very cool. I remember that was back when the algorithm actually showed my channel to people. Oh, those were the days, Emily. Those were the days. Well, thank you so much. I was a waiter. Oh, yeah. Wrong restaurant. Fuck me. Definitely.
I'll grab a serve for you.
All right, thank you. How are you? Eating. Charging and eating. Oh, cool. Does it work? Oh, good job. What kind of iron did you get? What kind of iron did you get? Oh, cool. Nice meeting you too. Yeah, like an unsweetened iced tea. Can I get this thing too? Whatever this is. It sounds amazing.
Okay. With fries, or would you like?
No fries.
Would you like something else, or just?
Do you have anything healthy to go with it?
We have broccoli, we have spinach, we have.
I'll take spinach. Thank you so much. Thank you. Now for the piss that I came here for. I am exhausted. Alright. I'll mute this for you just to be. What is this bullshit? What? Please leave the light on. How would I figure out how to turn this off? Even light switches now are confusing. Thank you so much. I know, right? I shouldn't be doing that, especially with the shit Texas electric grid they have here. I'm in Sulphur Springs, Christopher Kelly. I'm on. Thank you, Christopher Kelly. I forget the way I took here because I'm half asleep from 3 days of driving. I like my shady Memphis hotel, thank you very much. Restaurants. Hello, space. Sumas, you're putting the cart before the horse. That's like asking, do you plan on having sex on the second or the first date before you actually make a swipe on Tinder? Like putting the cart before the horse, my friend. That's nothing good comes from that. Hello, Catherine. How are you? I will, Catherine. I will. Elon Musk has 9 kids. What is stopping men from having at least 5 kids? Paying for them? Listen, I could afford multiple kids, but I don't think I could afford 9 kids. Unless I gave him like a real ghetto lifestyle. Which part of Texas are you in again, Christopher Kelly? A program? Tell me about this program. What kind of program is this? Yes, Vincenzo, but I have a fake gym. I went to Planet Fitness yesterday, which is a joke. And I didn't do full cardio today. I just did highway fit in my hotel room, which is not like full, but I don't know why when somebody says that, I don't know what it is, Kinto Zero, but for some reason I just feel the need to punch you in the dick. Hello, Max. I don't know what that means, Phil. Yeah, I don't know what that means, affirmative action thing. What does thing mean? It's taking quite a while. We ever visit Ave Maria in Florida? They named the town after a song? I've never heard of it, but I kind of want to visit it based on the name now. I recommend you sleep instead of drive, you look tired. No, that's just genetics. I was born with a face that looks like I got punched twice. There's not much you can do about it.
I'll be back more in 3
Thank you so much. My mother used to joke that the bag's under my eyes. She said something along the lines of, "That's how God warns women about men like you and your father." And I'm like, yeah. I'm not hard on myself. I'm not hard on myself at all. I guess I am kind of hard on myself. I have been exercising on vacation, and I'm eating broccoli along with my meals. Admittedly, I'm treating myself a little bit here. I'm having a burger with a bun. Usually I try to avoid bread altogether, so I'm treating myself to bread. Yes, she is, Emily Ram. Somewhat correct, but, well, half correct. Not correct. I don't believe in God. I don't believe in God, but I do believe in the whole women noticing your eyes being black. It's an excellent deterrent. Man, she's dead, Amanda. I don't care. In the end, I win. Small restaurant or average? Small and average are, well, there's small and big, and then there's average and what? I don't know, it's just a restaurant, man. Affirmative action people can score lower on job rating and stuff. I didn't really understand it either. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have an application for a job. It's like, show up, if you can fix a board, you're hired. If you can't, get the fuck out of my store. You're at, like, when you're asking me this stuff, I'm a small business employer. I'm not a, quote, real employer. Like, I don't have an HR department or anything like that. Break bud in the background. Red, what's wrong with Texas? I agree with Brad. I want to know your answer, Red. Let's see. Oh no, her soul's not entering heaven. I know where her soul is. It's in a place as hot as a unit pack power battery, where it belongs. Let's see. When you test a potential employee on board repair, there's a common board issue. It's just whatever we can grab. We try to grab something that's easy. Like, again, I'm not going to grab something that's miserable. We do try to grab something that's easy because it is slim pickings. You know, again, let's say, it's not like we're hiring, you know, a cookie cutter engineering position with a $250,000 salary. It's like you're going to get between 20 to 40 bucks an hour to, like, you know, fix a 10-layer multi-PCB. So we're not going to start with something that's miserable. You are the HR department. I wouldn't say that we have an HR department. If we did, we'd all probably be in trouble or in an office. Yeah, like Paul using a giant metal construction piping tube to shoot Nerf darts like this so that they hit with way more power. That's just not one of those things that I think you're allowed to do if you have an HR department. You're probably getting too much shit. Thank you. I can use the same straw. Thank you.
Thank you.
You really grabbed me a separate straw for another iced tea. It's like, you know, I can take the straw out of this and put it in that. Are there people that are really that much of a douchebag at restaurants that if you ask them to reuse their existing straw for the refill of their drink that they won't tip? Like, I wonder what it's like as a server. Like, what kind of edge do you have to live on? What type of miserable fucks of customers do you have where that's an actual thing to think about? It's crazy. You can have frameworks to list the laptops you fix. Yeah, maybe. You have a diversity inclusion department that every company has. No, I do not, and I never will. That is not how I hire people. Without a diversity and inclusion department, my store manager is from Iraq, my lead tech is from Poland, the assistant data recovery tech is from Albania, the weekend dude is from the Bangladesh area, the other weekend dude is around that area. There's Olga is from Kazakhstan. Like, I'm a Italian German mutt that grew up in New York City. Like, this store is like the United Nations without that. But like, yeah, it didn't happen because I was trying to. That's just, you know, what we picked from. Like, fuck that. The day I'm a big enough company that I need to have a diversity, inclusion, equity department, I'm either A, I'd better be a fucking multimillionaire so it's worth it, or B, I'm quitting. I'm quitting. You know, in New York State, this actually happened right before COVID. If you're an employer that's 15 employees or more, you need to have a training guide on sexual harassment and send all your employees to sexual harassment training. I shit you not. We made a joke that like the moment we hit 14 employees, we're starting Rossmann Repair Group version 2. Like, I'm not doing that shit. Fuck that. I don't give a fuck if Kathy Hochul or Eric Adams are watching this video. No, I'm not doing that. Come find me. Fuck that. You know how hard it is to run a goddamn profitable business, and you know how hard it is to like just stay above water in this city, with the amount that, with how expensive everything is. I'm not paying my fucking employees to attend to sexual harassment training. Get the fuck out of here. They're gonna come to work and fix MacBooks, and when they're not at work, they're gonna go home and enjoy their goddamn lives. And if they harass somebody, I will fire them. Don't reuse the straw. You tip the correct percent. There's no such thing as a correct percent. That's a silly. That question is based on a very silly premise. You look great. Why, thank you. That's what I go for. But you have black people, that means you're racist. I don't know. Is somebody born in the Middle East white? Like, is somebody born in Bangladesh? Like, is somebody whose parents are from Bangladesh white? Like, they don't look white. There's a fly that keeps landing on me. I'm gonna kill this thing. But I'm gonna find this little bastard. It's landing on me. Oh, in all seriousness, really bad. I took 10% and that's it because 10% is fair. It depends on the work they do. And the food. And how I feel that day, to be honest with you. Depends on the restaurant. Hello, Ann. Hope you're doing well. Ann, I'm getting something to eat. You got something to eat? You better get something to eat. I got some burger steak somewhere else, and here I got this peanut butter bacon brisket burger. However, it's been 25 minutes at this point with no food, so I'm pretty sure I'm fucked and out of luck. I hear where you're coming from, Brad. Yeah. Listen, I feel bad about that, Joe, but it's not my fault your employer sucks, you know? I pay based on the quality of the goods I received and the service I received. Like if I pay my let's hypothetically speak, let's say that Paul got paid $2 an hour, right? And let's say that I charge $325 plus tax for a board repair, and let's say that computer is worth like $700 if it works. I can't expect that customer to pay $500 for the board repair so that Paul can get money. It's not their fault that I'm a shitty business owner. She started. Let's see what we got. There's 3 tables, Corey. RB, that's okay. So they didn't give you a free meal. They gave you food without the manager knowing, so that you would leave a bigger tip, and it works. It's what I would do too. I'm not saying it's wrong. It's just, you know, there was a trade there. It wasn't free. Yeah, I hear you, Rotita. Yeah, dinner for 2 costing $160. I want to tip over $20. Well, here's the thing. Again, like, how much work went into giving you that dinner? Like, how much work went into giving you that dinner? Would be my question. Like, if $160 was for dinner for 6 people and bringing all these different things by, and the waitress is doing all this work, I get it. If the $160 was like 2 steaks and an iced tea, $20 is a fine tip. Have a good day, man. Where the fuck is my food? I figured, Ann, when I'm stressed, I don't eat as well. However, it is important to eat when you're stressed out. I do the exact same thing. Thank you so much.
Would you like anything else?
That's it. Thank you. Little fly. GTFO fly? Okay. What do we got? Bacon, brisket, peanut butter, spinach. I gotta bring Raid with me. Okay, I'm gonna treat myself to some bread. I am on the road. Usually I avoid bread altogether, but I'm gonna treat myself one day, just once. Not again. So do you, Chucky Gold, so do you. So remember where I said when I walked in this restaurant, which is I would trade having sex again for the rest of my life for trying this thing once? That honestly would be a fair trade. This is fucking amazing. I'm gonna try putting the spinach inside of it. See how that is. Holy shit. And you would not be eating if you saw this. Huh. There's some need. I'm telling you, Kinto, that gets people to go away. That's some good shit right there. Holy crap. Medium. It's good flying wrap. It's quality. Don't you complain about this.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
I always eat fast Emily. It's a character failing one. My God, this is good. Okay, so Emily, tell me. So you said you want to be in a blue city in a red state because you don't want to be in a red state, red city due to racism, but you don't want to be in a place that's too blue because of values. Here's the question I have for you. Let's say you were to move to Florida, right? Where would you go? And I'm a serious question. Because here's the thing, if you go to like central Miami, they hate the DeSantis. All the places that would apply would be places where every lawn sign is like fuck this. I'm gonna stab this fly. I'm telling you, he's way too aggressive. Most cities over 50,000 people are blue. See you later, Ann. Don't forget to eat something. This is amazing. Thank you so much.
And some order took her to the bill, so.
Huh?
Some order took her to the bill.
No. I'm basically tips like shit. Good to know. Okay, which one of you fucks paid my bill? Which one of you pricks paid my bill? I went to pay and he said somebody paid my bill. I went to pay the bill and he said somebody paid for me. Which one of you fucks paid my bill? I didn't say the name of the restaurant. Damn. You guys found that quickly, didn't you? You're some sleuths, I'll tell you that. Actually, never mind. I showed the menu in the front, didn't I? But still, now I'm curious. Which one of you paid? I gave him $10 cash. The thing is, he said somebody paid the bill, but I don't know what tip they left, and I don't know if they gave him a tip that was garbage or not. So, to be on the safe side, I handed him $10 cash. So that if he actually does make $2 an hour, at least he made $12 this hour. I'm confident he'll report it on his taxes. Because that's what everybody does when they get cash tips in jobs that don't pay good wages. You know? That's what they all do. They report it. Because you're supposed to. Can't help myself with the goddamn iced tea. It's too good. Alright. No bread for a month. No bread for a month now. I just cheated and ate bread. I ate the whole damn bread on the burger. Ugh. I feel bloated and disgusting. I'll make it up at the gym tomorrow. I'll do 1,200 calories in the elliptical instead of 6. It feels so weird. This feels like Jericho from... You remember the show Jericho on CBS in 2006 and 2007? Like, this is supposed to be a town, but there's nobody here. I'm walking on an empty sidewalk. This is so weird. This is so bizarre. Like, where the fuck are all the people? Did they all die? Did an oil field explode or some shit? Is it raining toxic waste or something? Is there some gas that permeated? Like, what happened to everybody? Why are they all gone? I thought you have freedom here. I guess freedom to have no business. This is a massage parlor and there's literally nobody in it. I mean, there's some nail place. Yeah, it's a nail place and it has no customers. That's the thing. New York City takes away your freedom to do business, but at least there was business. Texas, like nobody's taking away Texas's freedom to do business. It's just you had no business to begin with. There was nothing to take away. Like, where's the money? How does anybody here make a living? I don't get it. I just don't get it. I could just shake a tin can in front of my store before being famous and wind up making enough money to afford some shithole apartment in Bushwick. Okay. Yeah. fucking cold in here. I put the AC on low. That was a stupid thing to do. It is freezing in here. My God. My seat is cold. Brr. Brr. Whoa. Didn't Breaking Bad say these places are money laundering fronts? True. Actually, the sun... I don't know why I had the AC on so strong. I was expecting the heat to kill me, but since the sun went down, the heat actually ain't that bad. So having the car be this cold was silly. Been told in Texas if you say the stars at night that the rest of the people will sing it. Well, I'm not going to test that because I don't want to hear random people sing unless they're Ruby Lewis or Tori Amos. AC for your balls. I'm still semi-mad that you bought a truck that required a car payment and debt, Brad, but I'm gonna try and I'll try to figure out how to forgive you. At some point I'm gonna try and figure out how to forgive you, but it's gonna take me some time, Brad. I need you to understand that. Yeah, my idea of cooled seats is turning it on, the AC on. Oh shit, I didn't see that guy leaving. He was going really slow though. I don't know why he was hanging out there for that long. That's kind of not the smartest thing to do in the world, man. Or, I guess, you know, freedom. Freedom to stay there for 10 minutes and then leave when I come by. Freedom. Freedom! God bless America. Okay, where am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Where am I going? Am I going to sleep? I am not going to sleep. I am driving. No, we cannot go to sleep until we get on a highway. Did I just say that out loud? I did just say that out loud, didn't I? That's not what we meant. You meant you don't sleep on a highway unless you're a truck driver. Thank you. Holy fuck, that woman had the right of way and she let me go. What was that? She got there first, but she still... What? No way! She was considerate. She waved to me. That actually made my day. Like, I smiled at that. Damn. I guess it makes up for the lack of business. People aren't cunts here. It really says a lot when your town is not filled with cunts. That's nice. I'll deal with a no abortion in exchange for that. I think this has been calculating my charge stops based on me have the AC full blast, which is a good 10,000 watts in this car. But if I can turn it down now because it's getting closer to night. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. That's a Sanford and Son truck to my left. That is the oldest Dodge Ram I've ever seen in my life. My. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Sulphur Springs, Texas. Sulphur Springs, Texas. It needed a car wash, okay, Brad? It needed a car wash. What a lovely day to be driving. What a lovely day to be alive, are we right? We got a happy world, happy world. Whoa, deer! No! No, go away, you dumb animal. Hiss. I know what you fucks do. You destroy cars, that's what you do. You break... No. No, no, no. Speed limit 55. Fuck that, I'm not going 55. I just saw a deer. There's nobody behind me. There's nobody around me, so I'm going 30. Nope. No, 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 no. The deer is one of the dumbest animals on earth. He sees cars and he's like, oh, let me run towards it so that it can give me a... Nope. Those are cute deer, though. Very cute. And actually, I don't know if you saw that, but there was a portion of deer on the side of the road. Not the big part of the deer, but like some limbs. That looked like some bloody limbs in the street there. Yeah, there's nobody behind me, so I can do 20 below the speed limit for here, and nobody's gonna be too mad. See, that guy doesn't have to give a fuck about a deer. That truck, it hits a deer, it's not gonna have it's probably gonna have a few scratches on it, and that's it. I hit a deer, rip. This car will turn into an accordion. I know Elon Musk build quality. Okay. Man, this is a nice little sunset over here. I like this. Still, I prefer the mountains of Tennessee. The hills of Tennessee. The hills of Tennessee has been my favorite scenery. It's been my favorite scenery along the entire drive. Oh, the hills of Tennessee were absolutely beautiful. I want to visit one of the Tennessee hill towns at some point. That was gorgeous. What a time to be alive. What a good time to be alive. That's a beautiful home to the left, too. This is a really nice looking neighborhood. What a happy time to be alive. There's a cow that's grazing on a field over there. I-30 West. I have to make a right in a moment to get to I-30 West. Let's see, is there a sign for I-30 West? Okay, I-30 West is here. I-30 East is up ahead. So we are just going to do this. Make sure nobody is... is this one of those interstates where you just wait at a stop sign and then you get on when nobody's there? I think that's the way this works. These are the ones where you gotta test your 0 to 60 speed, you know? Cross traffic does not stop. Well, that's fine with me, man. I got 0. Very nice 0 to 60. Wait a second. Okay, let's do this. Wait a second. That's a really shitty section to merge on, too. But kind of an odd little... I'm not used to this type of highway setup. I've never seen a highway setup like this in New York or New Hampshire before. That was kind of a strange little add-in. Took it slow there for a bit just to make sure I kind of made sense of everything that was going on there. Strange little... I'm not used to highway merges like that. That's weird. It's kind of not what I'm used to. Texas. Texas. Yeah, no lane running alongside at all. It's very weird. And the thing is, it's not like the stop sign is not at that point. The stop sign is at the point before it, where there's no traffic. But the part with all the crazy traffic that can kill you and no real lane to merge into doesn't have a stop sign. So that's just kind of, you know, that's just kind of weird. Yeah, quite strange. However, I'm alive and I'm good, so we keep it moving. We keep it moving. And let's go. The sun in the east is really annoying. That is some obnoxious bullshit right there. Okay. We are in Bradford, Texas. Yo, douche glasses are doing me very well right now. These are, yeah, these are saving me from the sun. I'd be in hell right now without these glasses. I'm glad I got the ones that were stronger rather than the ones that were more comfortable. Because if I got the ones that were slightly more comfortable in the tint, the more amber tint rather than the blue tint, rather than the ones that are good when the sun's in your eye, I think I'd be kind of screwed right now. But yeah, that's an obnoxious view right there of the sun. Bye. Excuse me. Much yawning. I really do like the amber tint ones. I like the ones that kind of filter blue light. But I noticed that the sunglasses that filter blue light, they kind of tend to they tend to be more mild in terms of sun rejection. Considerably more mild when it comes to sun rejection. driving in Grandpa Lane behind a truck. Mean car attack. No, I'm gonna be dead tired. Actually, 50-50, Brad. Friday, no. Saturday, maybe. Saturday. I'm probably gonna be here at like a minimum 1 week. Absolute minimum is 1 week, so I'll try to make time for it. There's a bunch of shit I have to arrange while I'm here. There was one realtor I was speaking to about checking out potential locations. One of them's not for me. One of them's for somebody else. Somebody I have to talk to about a bunch. Certain shit I just can't discuss in the YouTube video just yet. But. How far are you again, Brad? I can't get drunk because I have to drive my own damn car. It's bullshit. No, RB Ratita. That's because I don't like most of you, though. So, like, my expectations meet reality. HK1 gets it. Not very awesome, Jay. Average. Austin is not cheaper than New York or California by much of a margin. The rest of the state is. Austin traffic is fine. Go to New York if you want. You haven't lived in a city if you think Austin traffic is bad. But in Austin, you should have an electric bike. You should not have a car. Areas with that level of density are just not made for cars. Cars are for areas where shit is spread out. You need a smaller vehicle for places like that. Carry with that freaking salt. You have like a 20-pound salt shaker against Texas carry. I love it. Thank you, Tinkentel. That's very kind of you. God bless you, sir. What did I do here? See you later, Doug. John, this is a random channel for random junk. Hey, Paul. So to answer your question, Paul Daniels, what am I looking to accomplish? Funding projects that are freedom-oriented to that take control away from tech oligopolies and give them back to people. So that project was on the list because you have Android and you have iOS and you don't really have anything else. So what do you think, Paul? Are his concerns valid or is he fucking crazy? I can't text you because I'm driving, but what do you think, Paul? Crazy? Crazy? So if this is normal, like if that shit that he said is normal, just real normal autistic software developer, or is that like exceptional crazy? So what makes this not normal, Paul? Like, where does it cross the line? Because when people talk about licensing and stuff like that, my eyes glaze over. But I've become very concerned when somebody says, you know, I can't talk to this person, I can't go to this conference, the entire world is against me. That type of shit, that's always a Do you think that that project has the capability to become better if he is funded to the point that he was asking for funding for? And do you think that that money will go into senseless arguing back and forth and bickering between people that will never get anything done? Because the other project that he's bitching about, like, I don't give a fuck about that project. My main concern is, okay, is this person mentally stable enough and able to be a developer that can work on his project? Carrie is 100% correct in how she approaches that. Carrie, how long have you been married for, out of curiosity? I'd sooner fund Ubuntu phone. Okay, that's kind of... Paul, that's kind of cruel, but I want to know why you said that. Like, how much of that is sarcasm and how much of that is real? Yo. That's fucked up. Remember when that Ubuntu phone OS guy was in my chat while I was doing the, while I was trying to use a Pine phone and I was soldering wires to the battery to charge it from my power supply? Okay, 24 years married, 27 together. You see why Carrie's been successfully married for 24 years? Because of the way she phrases shit. Hey, you may want to consider this versus do this. Carrie always comes into the chat with these small little tidbits, these small hints that will make you far more appealing to whoever you're talking to. And her life experience and accomplishment backs up the credibility of how she approaches people. Now you gotta put 2 more zeros on it for it to be 24 hours. But thank you, Justin. 24 hours of straight driving is something I will do for 500 bucks.
So, Carrie, I think I may have convinced this woman I'm a serial killer. I went to this after party after a business meeting the last time I was in Texas. And there was this woman there that started talking to me. She got me she bought me a few drinks. Very nice. Interesting young woman. We talked for like 20 or 30 minutes. I give her my card. The next day, she messages me back saying, oh, the next time you're in town, let me know. I'd love to show you all these different places and blah, 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 blah. So I'm like, okay, fine. I messaged her like last week and I said, yo, I'm going to be in this area on Monday. Would you like to do this? And she's like, and she's like, okay. And I said, okay, how about this place this time? And she's like, sure. And then I said, okay, let me know where to pick you up. I'll be driving, when I'm there. I never heard back. I think she thinks I'm a serial killer that actually went through that entire ordeal so that I could figure out how to pick her up with my Ford E350 van and toss her in there like Doug Stamper from House of Cards. Remember what Doug Stamper did to Rachel after the van? That was the last I heard from this woman. I didn't think of it until a day later. It's like, oh. Now I get it. You're supposed to say, okay, meet me at this place, not, okay, I'll pick you up at this time. No, yeah, I think a part of it went like, wait a minute. I'm gonna give him his address and he's gonna come here and kill me. Oh well. Just trying to be polite. Oh well. When you go on a hike for the first time and she's like, what is the shovel for? Now, if I had a shovel and on the first date, I'd probably just have a smirk on my face. Because if somebody doesn't respond to that for 2 days, then they can suck my balls. Like, I'm not going to follow up with, okay, great, I'll pick you up. Like, if I'm going to take you to a nice place that I'm paying for, I'm not going to beg you to go there. That's fucking retarded. Like, how do you respond to that? Like, hey, oh, by the way, I'm not actually a serial killer. I just look like one. It would have taken me away from the shit I have to do here anyway. I have to keep my eye on the prize. I gotta keep my mind on business. Mind on business. Do serial killers drive honestly, you don't get a lot of room for the body in this car. No, take a look. Seriously. Where would I put a body? Like, by the time you have, so I have a bag of shit for I have my camera bag, my gym bag, I keep the camera bag in the car most of the time because I'm not really using it while I'm traveling. But I have the camera bag in here, I got my luggage, and I have a gym bag and a tire. Like, there's literally no room to put a body here. I'd have to date a little person to be able to do that. I can't fit a body in this car. You need to at least get the Model Y. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, Brad, you're gonna wind up getting me put on a list.
That's an extreme contact DW606 plus. DWS06 plus. Why do I always say DW606 plus? It's DWS06 plus. It beats a donut. I thought about that, Carrie, because you were talking about the ease with which a man can kill a woman on a date, and like that women think about that. You mentioned that yesterday. Like, you get. What if after it's done, he just kind of goes out into the parking lot of the rural area and like clicks? Hi, Paul. How are you? I think what you should do is before buying me 3 drinks, what you should do is say, by the way, if you plan on asking me out, don't offer to pick me up because I'm not sure if you're a murderer yet. See, I like upfront honesty. I was actually wearing all black that day. I had a black shirt, black belt, black pants, black shirt. No, black shoes. And black sunglasses. Can't blame him. I can't blame him. I agree with the idea of banning Australians, John. Paul agrees too. Rossmann dating advice day 3. If she agrees to go out but doesn't respond, focus on work instead. It's the brisket for me. Bucky's. Bookies? Bucky's. I didn't stop at Bucky's just because it got spammed to my chat so much. I can't do it. It's like when the television keeps saying the vaccine is safe and effective, so people don't get it just because they're tired of hearing safe and effective. Like my brain did that with Bucky's. Every 5 seconds I'd hear somebody talking about Bucky's, so now I'm going out of my way to avoid eating it. That's the way my brain works. More for you indeed. It's called Bousses? Bousses. What is your opinion as a psychology TA? I don't know what the opinion is. Bucky's. Bosse. I'm gonna call it Bosse. That's to piss people off. Try to make a French pronunciation of it. French pronunciation of it. Bosse. I'm not scrolling. I'm driving. You have to make the comment into one sentence. You can't split it up or else it's just gonna get washed away. Scroll. What is it? I can't scroll. One day the car might unexpectedly be all I have. Hopefully not. That would suck. Who's building a bunch of houses in the middle of nowhere? Roisey City, Texas. There's a bunch of half-built houses in the middle of what looks like empty farmland. It's kind of weird. There's an accident up ahead. Boo. This road sucks. Boo. 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 Sacrificing my life for my YouTube channel to be back in the good graces of the algorithm is not in my plans, Dev Random, but thank you for the thought. It's the thought that matters. It's the thought that counts, yeah. You know? Would you message that woman back, Carrie, or delete number? I did something foolproof to make sure that I don't. I already deleted number. Why does YouTube make me do math and say a user turned off for 300 seconds and not 5 minutes? Yeah, that's kind of weird. $300 seconds versus 5 minutes. Yeah, that's... I never thought of that. That's annoying. Driving with your knees is not based. That's a death trap. Not very good. I mean, if somebody's that distracted, then I'm probably just a free dinner at that point anyway. I like the Love's gas station has a really nice sign. I like the heart. I like the yellow. I like the mixture of red and green. I like red, green, and yellow. Those colors together make me happy. That's what I figured, Hannah. Anytime I've had that experience, it usually winds up being like a last-minute cancel, or I'm a credit card for free dinner with somebody who's not attracted to me. So I feel like deleting the number was the correct thing to do. Thank you for validating the decision that I already made, Hannah. See, TA's gas station sign is just not as good as Love's. I love the Love's gas station sign. I don't know if it came up on here because after all this streaming, AT&T's probably throttled me to a pixel. But it really is a nice logo. I can finally take my sunglasses off, thank God. The sun is set. Half of the places to eat as I drive through here are Cracker Barrel and Texas Roadhouse. I'm curious what else the state has to offer. It's like constantly Texas Roadhouse, Cracker Barrel, Texas Roadhouse, Cracker Barrel, Texas Roadhouse, Cracker Barrel. Harry, take it a little easy on Tim Carr. Take it a little. Wait, let's start again. Let's start fresh with Tim Carr. Let's have a start fresh. See you later, Catherine. Oh, the massive crush thing isn't cool. I missed that, Tim Cantel. Come on, don't be a dick. Anything can be answered for a price, but there's no such thing as foolproof unless you're 99.9999% for sure about it. Thank you. Well, you want to go to Mars after you pass right to repair. I don't think I'm going to be the one that passes it. It's going to be other people. I will just be the person that got it to front page Reddit in 2015. I'm just the guy that got it to front page Reddit in 2015. These roads feel like they were built in New York City. That's harsh, Paul S. No one remembering what I did is fine. I don't do this stuff because I want to be remembered. I do it because I want to be able to live with myself. I hope that there's a day where when Right to Repair gets mentioned on 9 to 5 Mac or Mac Rumors or Reddit or anything else, that my name never gets mentioned. That's my goal. I would prefer that my name never make it to the mentions. Like 99% of the work that nonprofit has done has involved funding people that are not me to do the work for me, and they've done really good work. But I don't want to be known as the person pulling the strings behind the scenes or anything. I would like to be out of the spotlight in that way. That's a pencil dick mobile right there. What are we doing? What are we doing? Why are we doing? I don't know who Brandon Herrera is. Fuck off. You virtue signaling cunt. When I make repair videos and I pay people to do them. You don't watch them. Okay. Gargle my balls, you prick. Do my comments annoy you? No, your comments don't annoy me, Ratita. I was telling the person above you with the Jedi name to gargle my balls, not you. Your comments are always welcome. Why should America care about Ukraine? A couple of reasons. So A, you have one country invading another country under a completely false pretense because they want resources from them. B, them fucking with Ukraine is gonna fuck with the supply of resources to many other countries, induce food shortages, raise prices of things massively. And then there's just the moral part of like Europe's an ally of ours. Ukraine is not in NATO, but they're right next to NATO countries, so them getting invaded by somebody just making up shit, it's kind of a bad look. So paying to help Ukraine defend themselves now, rather than letting it become some bullshit $5 trillion war later, it's much cheaper. It's like preventative maintenance. You help them fight back now, and you give them a little bit of money now, or you do the $5 trillion war a few years from now. Preventative maintenance option sounds better. Anytime, Rotita. Holy crap, Pecos, that was you. Hey, sorry I was in a shit mood. I had been driving for about 10 hours straight for 3 days in a row, and I was getting something to eat. So you met me, I was like half asleep. I also had to take a piss. So I was kind of waiting for like the conversation to end so that I could pee. But I didn't want to be rude and say I gotta cut you off so I can take a piss. But if you ask chat before I went to that place, I was saying, fuck, I have to take a piss. That was nice of you. Thank you very much for paying. I really appreciate that. You didn't have to do that, by the way. That wasn't necessary. Just tell me you fixed something, and tell me that you fixed something using something you got from this channel, and I'm a happy guy. That makes me happy enough as it is. That and making this truck in front of me drive faster. Okay, why? Why is this truck going 5 miles an hour? Bro, why? What are you doing? Go on. No, you're gonna let me go. Okay, here we go. There's nobody in front of you even. Bro, 40 miles an hour on the highway? Really? Really? Bruh. honestly, this sounds like a lot of salt. It's like, well, people didn't care about my country, so why care about them? It's like, when I saw this person getting mugged on the street, nobody cared. So why should I, why did you jump to the defense of that person who was getting mugged if you didn't jump to the defense of this person getting mugged? Like, I get where the salt comes from, but that's just a shit outlook on the world. Russia trying to invade the rest of Europe would be a really bad idea. And Ukraine provides a lot more when it comes to resources, food, minerals, than people give it credit for. Ukraine getting destroyed would massively fuck up a lot of the world. And during a time that's already suffering instability. And Russia walking away with their tail between their legs is best for is one of the better things in terms of the next 10 to 20 to 30 years to prevent another $5 trillion war. The truck driver is probably asleep. Then pull over. I'm not going to go easy on somebody that's driving an 18-wheeler like that. No. Go easy on the person carrying 14,000 pounds of shit. No. No. Pull over. I feel bad that happened to your people. I really do. But there's a strategic reason that we care about that country and we probably didn't care about yours. I'm not saying I don't care about your country. It's just I can't really do much there. Like, I fix MacBooks in New York and I make videos in New Hampshire. I'm not really in a position to change foreign policy. I also don't know what country you're from, so I don't know what specific thing you're talking about. But I could look it up later if you told me. The other thing you have to worry about is if Ukraine getting fucked means higher mineral costs, higher oil costs, higher food costs around the world, then those other areas are going to have political instability. They're going to have their version of Let's Go Brandon, where they think that the president of the country controls the gas prices or the corn prices or the wheat prices. And no, don't you fucking dare, you dodge. You use a goddamn turn signal when you turn. Fuck that. Oh my god, that truck has a piece of wood as a window. Holy fuck. I knew it! Come on. Show your window. Oh, he's not gonna show it. Oh well. He has a I saw the bumps in the truck and I'm like, I think you're gonna do something stupid. And then he went to do something stupid. And then I go to pass it, but he has a fucking piece of plywood as a window. Bro, I'm watching the road. No, never Karen in my chat. My hands can be facing to my left while my face is facing to my right. Never do that again. Never. None of that holier than thou shit here. Do not give this is not a platform for you to sanctimoniously, morally preach. If I can piss to my left and look forward, I can hold something to my left and look forward. GTFO. But where was I before this? Oh, the Ukraine thing. The political instability that you're going to wind up with in a number of different countries when they wind up paying massively inflated prices for everything as a result of shortages, and also the food shortages that they wind up dealing with, the food shortages that they wind up dealing with, that will also cause political instability, will ripple throughout the world. So their idea is, let's nip this shit in the ass right now for a small percentage of what our military budget is, to give them the resources to fight back on their own, so that we're not stuck dealing with global instability more than we already have, and a $5 trillion war that fucks up the entire country, like we did with Afghanistan and Iraq. But to be clear, I'm not the person you should be going to for your foreign policy. I'm clueless when it comes to foreign policy. Absolutely clueless with foreign policy. Listen, Emily, being salty is not something to apologize for. You shouldn't apologize for your emotions, your thoughts, and your feelings, especially if they're not hurting anybody. I understand it. I'm just trying to give you my perspective as well. So please don't apologize for that. I think Ukraine feels like that little kid in the playground that's just getting their ass kicked by the big kid, and everybody just standing by and watching. And that's going to create some salt. That's going to create some serious salt. What the fuckity? Why do you have no headlights behind me at night? How do I signal to somebody behind me to turn on their taillights? Yeah, I'll put my hazards on. Maybe that'll do it. I'll blink my hazards a couple of times. This might do it. Nope, didn't work. I don't have a flashlight right here. It's in my trunk. Yeah, that sucks, man. That's bull. Oh well. Hopefully it doesn't end poorly for somebody. No, brake checking is a dick thing to do. That's too dicky. Also, if he has a dash cam, you'll be able to see that I did it, and that's my dash cam will definitely show that I did that. And I'm streaming it, so you really can't stream yourself committing a crime. Brad, that's obvious. Brad, that is obvious. Like, I get where you're coming from, but that's not... She's not coming from it from my opinion, and you can correct me if I'm wrong here, Emily. From a strategic point of view, she's coming from it from a, like, these are my people and they got fucked over and nobody cared. So I feel I don't really want to jump to the aid of another set of people kind of thing. I'll try that, Rant Joe. That's a better idea. It's a better idea. Oh, jeez. So what are we doing here? Waco is coming up next. Very cool. Very cool. I don't know what that means, Torse. Donald Hanson is here, live from Fort Lauderdale. Live from Fort Lauderdale, it's Saturday night. Live from Fort Lauderdale, it's Saturday night. Sorry, I've been boring you. I don't have anything interesting to talk about at the moment. Back to work for you. Oh, that makes me sad. Sad to see, sad to read. And you know, you are a stubborn one, Al. I can see that. I've watched Saturday Night Live once or twice, and I really didn't find it funny. Conan O'Brien was much funnier. The last time I saw Saturday Night Live, I think was like 2004, 2003. I always preferred Conan O'Brien personally. I don't watch documentaries on late night film. I mean, late night TV hosts. What are we doing? Paul, so there's my first real date, and then there's my first thing where I thought I was on a date with the woman, but she said that we were not actually in a relationship or dating, even though she was having sex with me. So I don't know which one I actually count. So when I was really young, I was stupid enough to think that if I ask a woman out to dinner, and we have fun together, and we share with each other, and like we make out and we're intimate and all of that stuff, that means that what we did was a date. But she was one of those people that was fucked in the head to the point she's like, no, I never dated you. I don't know why you would have ever gotten that impression from me. So that was, I don't know if I count that. I've tried to kind of mentally erase that entire experience. Let's see. First good date that was worth remembering. First thing where it wasn't like that would be with this one woman gave me this amazing hug even though I was like half an hour late, and said, you know, you're trying to build a skill set for yourself and a life for yourself, and you took time out of your day to come here and see me. Thank you so much. How could I possibly be mad at you? And I still remember that to this day, even though that was over a decade ago. Well over a decade ago. It was like this genuine sense of appreciation. Even though I was a complete financial loser at the time. Like complete business loser at the time. Like job loser at the time. She didn't care. She saw me the way I should have seen myself. She didn't see me for who I was. She saw me for what I would become 15 years later. And that's an experience that stuck with me. It's weird because I remember the hug that I got that evening, and I don't feel like I've ever had that feeling with any other woman I've been with. Even women that I got along with better, women that I had long relationships with, like that first, it's weird. I remember that. She wound up going back to an ex that was they got engaged 4 years later. Actually, it wasn't 4 years later. It was like 7 or 9 years later. She saw me on the news, and I get a call that morning from her saying, "Oh yeah, we're not engaged anymore. This, that, and the other happened. Hey, want to hang out?" We hang out. She winds up flying away to another country. And then I saw her again 4 months earlier this year. And then I realized, and I completely simped for this woman in a way that I never should have in my entire life. And it was all because, and if I'm being honest with myself, it's all because of the mirage that first hug that I had with her was with the person that was in my head, not the reality. There was this meme. There was this image created in my head of this is the first person that ever saw me as a potential success and not a loser. Who saw me for what I could become before there was any evidence that I was there. So like if I meet a woman now, it's different, you know? Like even if I were screwed up financially, and I'm not right now, but even if I was, like the outward appearance, 1 million subscribers, like I'm on the news when bills get passed in my state that I was fighting for 7 years, so there's like political clout, there's YouTube clout, I have a business with 12 fucking employees in a city, like one of the most expensive parts of the US. So, like, if a woman is attracted to me now, it's like, okay, you know, that's cool, but you weren't there when I was a bum. You know, the person that found me attractive when I was a bum, yeah, I simped, but I'm embarrassed of the level of simp that I came to. She called me the day I got the results of my audit back, and I wanted to jump off a bridge, because I figured, okay, well, there goes everything I ever worked for in my life. And I knew I shouldn't pick up the phone, because the last 2 times you had a chance with me, you went somewhere else. So like, why am I picking up the phone for you? But I was having a shitty moment, so I did. And then I realized at that point why this person was in their late 30s and still single. Because they were capable of a proper relationship. Or engaging. And admittedly, it was a stupid thing to do because it kind of soured the memory that I had from like 16 years ago. I'm never going to forget that first hug. I show up 30 minutes late because of work. I apologize all over myself, and she goes, you're trying to build something to provide for yourself, your friends, and your family. And you took time out of your day to see me. Don't you apologize for that. And she gave me the biggest hug I've ever had. Never gonna forget that day. The restaurant I had that at is closed now. It's Cosi on 13th Street and Broadway in Manhattan. 9 p.m. on a Friday. Actually, 7 p.m. on a Friday. It was 7 p.m. on a Friday. But that woman wasn't real. That woman, she fucked with me for like 2 months, non-stop. Like, literally some of the highest tier manipulation I've ever dealt with in my life. Everybody that I would show the messages to that I got would just say, what the fuck are you doing? I took a phone call from her with somebody else in the room. Like, so when I walked away from it because I'm like, okay, listen, if you want to go out, we go out. If you don't want to go out, we don't go out. But I'm not doing this in between shit. Fuck that. I leave, I get a call at like 2 in the morning. And she's like, and I said, how are you? And she's like, I don't miss you. I don't miss you, if that's what you're asking. And the person I'm in the room with actually started laughing out loud. Like, I had to hit mute on the phone because they were laughing so hard. And I'm like, okay, well, if you don't miss me, out of curiosity, what prompted you to call me at 2 in the morning? And then she just starts talking about some other shit, and I wound up hanging up. And then later she's like, yeah, of course I missed you. Obviously, I just can't tell you. And then I said, do you think that your inability to be honest is part of the reason that you're 36 and single when you're hot? I'm just going to throw that out there. You're hot, you're 36 years old, and you're single. Like, I mean, if I have the, like, if I like somebody, I tell them. If I don't like somebody, I tell them I'm not interested. If you say something that makes me feel bad, I'll say, when you say this, it made me feel that. Like, why? What is the point? Die alone. Die alone. She only became interested in me again when I stopped talking to her. And then I talked to her again, and she's like, the last straw for me was we were walking out. So we go to a place to eat. This is an interesting one. So we go to a place to eat. It's like a restaurant that costs $250 for brunch. It's one of my favorites though, because you get a beautiful overview of the city. And she used to like this area because she used to work in this area. So I figured you'd have a nice overview. You could actually see your old office window from this restaurant. I tried to be a little thoughtful with it. We go there, and there's an exhibit. You have to go up a few floors to go to the restaurant. But there's some sort of exhibit like under it. There's a bunch of shit you could buy for your house. And I like walking through it every now and then just because it's kind of fun to walk through. These are the little things you should look for. Actually, even before that, I go to sit down next to her and she's like, no, you sit over there. And it's like, what? Then I wanted to walk through this thing and she said, I don't want to walk through that. Why am I going to walk through that? Why would I have to see that? Why do you have to see that? You're not going to get anything. And I said, because it makes me happy. And she said something like, ugh. And then I went to grab her hand and she said something like, I don't want to give you the wrong idea. And I said, just get the fuck out of my life. Get the fuck out of here. I think I got baited. I think like that bombing in the beginning, where it's like, the way that she made me feel like 16 years ago, I think that my theory and my friend's theory is that she does that to bait you into dealing with all the other shit behavior. And she does this thing where it's like really back and forth, hot and cold, where she acts like, I'm going to call you constantly, I'm going to pay attention to you, I'm going to care about you, I'm going to be all cutesy and all this other shit. And then like the next minute, it's like cold as ice. And one of my problems is I like to try and figure that shit out. I like to try and figure out problems. I like to try to fix boards. So I want to figure out why. No. I don't have to know why you're insane. I just need to go. Now is that? Your respect should not increase for me at all, Paul. In fact, your respect for me should go down. Because here's the thing. When somebody has a chance to be with you, and they choose to not, don't open the door again. You ever see season 1, episode 5 of Batman Beyond, where, what is it? Blight is telling Batman, you had your chance. No, Mr. Freeze goes, you had your chance. And then Derek Powers goes, and so did you. And he shocks her. Like, if somebody has a chance with you, and they decide not to, fuck off. And I've, in the past, Like, there's a woman that I went out with like 5 years ago. I shit you not. To this fucking day, if I go to the blocked call section of my phone, there will be 3 or 5 calls a week from that woman. 3 to 5 missed text messages that went to the blocked folder on my phone from that woman. Saying like, please, let's try again. I fucked up. I made a mistake. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have pushed you away, blah, blah, blah. When I close a door, I close a door. But I had a weak spot for that woman because of that one first date. And I just let her just like get in my head, destroy my head, and fuck up my life. Really stupid. Really stupid. But I know why I did it. It should have been an omen that she called me the day that that audit paperwork arrived saying that I probably owe more than $600,000. Like, that's not a coincidence. That was God's way of sending a sign. 2 pieces of bad news arrived together. But that was my fault. That's not her. Because I could look at that situation and say, this is her fault, right? Because you acted this way and you did these things. No, that's not the way you look at it. The way you look at it is people treat you the way that you allow them to treat you. You train people on how to treat you. You train the people that you date on how you want to be dated. You train your employees on how they should be treating customers and how they should be at work. And you're training the person you're dating or going out with on how to treat you. So if somebody does that, that's on you. Or in this case, me. So I take full accountability and responsibility for that. You can't blame somebody for treating you a certain way if you allow it. It's a distinction without a difference, Francis. Who gives a shit? But now, to think, so the other woman that's been calling me for 3 years is actually hotter than this chick, by far. And younger. The one that's been calling me for the past several years, like, let's try it again. Well, imagine if we did this. Let's go on a road trip together, all this other shit. She actually offered to, I'm not kidding. This woman, she offered to buy me a house. She offered, like, let's go to this place and get it, let's buy something. I'm like, I can't afford a house in this area. And she says, no, don't worry, I'll cover it. I don't go, there are women that I've had offers for shit like this, but like, it's not just no, I'm not taking the house. You don't know how much that costs. You don't know how expensive that is. You have no idea how expensive that house would be. I can't explain the details. I'm not going to explain the details of that because that's going to go to a bad place. No, trust me, it's a trap. You don't want that. You don't want that. I'm telling you, I'm the opposite. I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to tell you why you don't want that. Just trust me. Just trust me. This is like Amber Heard version 2. But she was drop dead gorgeous. I'm not. And she also knows how to make you feel like a man. But no, I couldn't do it. And a part of it was that I had this idea that back then when I was a loser, nobody, women did not look at me at all. It was different than the reactions that I can get from people now. And this woman cared about me. So I let so much shit go. I let so much of bad behavior slide because of that. And I was blind to it completely. Well, to be clear, it wasn't an offer of a house, it was an implication. But I know her well enough to know what the implication is. And either way, I'm not going for it. Carrie, I can't even begin to get into it. I'm not even going to open that can of worms publicly. But no. If we ever meet in person, if I do a Virginia Beach meetup, and there's nobody around, and I can get you to sign an NDA, maybe then, but only then. This is gonna sound really silly, probably, but at this point in my life, I date with a certain intention. I try to think to myself, if I try to imagine that I'm my future child, would my future child choose this person to be their mother if they had a choice in the matter? And my friend reminded me of this. Because one of the things that I used to be, one of the things that pissed me off with my own father is, like, I find it very difficult to believe that there were no red flags early on that would have demonstrated that my mother would have been the witch that she was. And there was resentment there that I had for him for a lot of years for picking that person. And one of the things that was really helpful, and I didn't realize until I talked to him about this, my therapist suggested this 5 years ago, is that once I was able to hold my father accountable for his choice in a woman, I then was forced to start holding myself accountable for my choices in women. So back in 2012, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, I was not choosing a woman based on who would my future daughter or son choose as their mother if they had a choice. But after I had that conversation with my dad, I realized, okay, if I hold you accountable, I can't do that if I don't hold myself accountable too. So now, like, I kind of do it I look at it from that perspective. And needless to say, the house that was, now my kid would jump off a bridge with that person as their mother. They have work to do. They have a lot of work to do. And I hope to God that she does the work that's necessary to get out of the shit that she's in right now, so that she's able to live a mentally healthy life. But that's a long way down the road, I imagine. And I'm not gonna, no, just no. But yeah, if my future daughter wouldn't pick that person as their mother, then I'm not picking them as my girlfriend. It's that simple. Brad, I honestly have not noticed any correlation between looks and sanity. I feel like the woman you'd fall for would be one who's very self-sufficient and genuinely honest and kind. No guilt kind of girl. I understand what you're saying, Brad. You want to get an Amish girl for a man that fixes modern technology for a living? Really? There are lots of sane women out there. Just because they say no when I ask them out does not mean that they don't exist. There are lots of sane people out there. Don't say that all women are crazy.